And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. It's Season 7, and I hope that you're having a great weekend because it's about to get even better as it's Contra and Red Queen Andy to bring you all the hype and excitement that is to come with plenty of chicken dinners to play for by the top teams of South Asia and Southeast Asia in the semifinals.
All right, we are 1 day away of ending the semifinals, where only 16 teams can get a golden ticket to play for the championship round. Get ready, because teams are about to light it up with nades and bullets to get to the top of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 7.
That's right, and of course, if you guys are joining us for the very first time, there is, of course, a couple of things that you can actually take note of. If you want to keep yourselves updated with all the PUBG Mobile Esports tournament and also a whole lot of news and excitement, hit that like button as well as subscribe to Ruthless Hype Esports on not only YouTube, but also on all of their social media platform. And on top of that, you guys can also gear up by downloading GearUP Booster. If you guys have been having problems securing your chicken dinner because of bad internet issues, fret not. GearUP has got you sorted. So make sure you check that out. It's also in the chat box as well as link in the description.
You know what? I actually have it right now because when I play PUBG later on, I want uninterrupted gameplay. Yes, and of course, we are curious at how everything will unfold for today, Contra. I mean, which team is going to feast on more than one chicken? I mean, like yesterday, it was Nerpeiko's gang that had 2 WWCDs, so I wonder if that is going to be the same case for today.
Yeah, and our RQ Ryu have finally found a way to just get into the groove, whereas, of course, other teams are also starting to stall for a little bit. The Savior, which we expect them to really pop off, didn't exactly have super big moments. Meanwhile, same goes to Team Flash, but hey, they are still within the top 8 ratios, but we shall see what will happen here on our third day of the semifinals. This is $5,000 on the line to see who will grab the lion's share of it all. And of course, if you guys are familiar with the PUBG Mobile Esports system, each respective teams, of course, will be fighting for a chicken dinner that's worth 10 points. Meanwhile, second place will be 6 points as you see the number slowly decrease by 1 on each ranking. From 9 to 16, it's absolutely nothing, so they will have to score via elimination points.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's all about the elimination points. Honestly speaking, this is not about even the prize money, Contra. I feel like it's more of the bragging rights. I know PMGs is just around the corner. It's going to happen soon. So, again, this makes a perfect platform, a perfect avenue for all the teams here to kind of get themselves back on track, keep them warm, and practice all the tactics and strategies that they need to be at the top spot. But anyway, here comes the schedule. Like I've mentioned a while ago, we are already on the 4th day of the semifinals. We still got 1 more day for tomorrow. But for the grand finals, it's going to happen on August 6th to August 8th.
8 days back-to-back action, and can you imagine the amount of energy that these players will have to utilize throughout the course of the run? So some of them perhaps are just pacing themselves as well, as we did mention that there's 5K on the line. First place will walk away with $2,000. Meanwhile, second place is $1,250, $750 for third. Fourth place walks away with $500 and a little extra special reward for the MVP. Of course, teams are divided into 3 groups as well in the semifinals.
Hey, Contra, if you get $2,000, what are you going to buy first?
Well, $2,000, probably a plane ticket around Asia, probably, just to say hi to everyone.
Yeah, probably do the same. Yeah, $2,000 is still a lot of money. You can buy something very nice. You can buy your favorite sneakers, or perhaps you can upgrade your gaming experience. And of course, that's $500 extra dollars, for whoever will get that MVP title. I mean, we've got our first runner, which is Rosemary. We also got Bows from Team Flash, and I remember having one more guy from is it Newsy from Vampire Esports, and there's also this favorite guy yesterday. I'm trying to remember his name.
I believe that it's also one of the members of FaZe Clan as well. Perhaps
Yeah.
players like Onsens or it could be from Vampire Esports, but we'll get to that in a little bit. These are teams divided into the 3 groups as mentioned. As you can see, some of the top tier teams across the globe are here today to play their hearts out. And, you know, it hasn't been the easiest of run, even for certain teams that have even seen global recognition, right? So even for Alter Ego, they did manage to get a couple of chicken dinners, some top finishes, but there are also certain games where they did not manage to actually get too much. And for Esports is definitely the hot favorites coming in from Nepal alongside with DRS, but it seems like, you know, it's a little bit inconsistent on how things have went for the team because they always start off with a fight in Yasnaya Polyana, especially in their Erangel.
Honestly speaking, those teams at the top, I feel like they're not really even exerting that much effort. I mean, if some of the teams here are already giving their maximum effort, I feel like some of them are just giving their bare minimum. I mean, there's really not that much pressure because we're looking for 16 teams. So again, there's a lot of wiggle room right there. There's I mean, like there's plenty of chances for them to actually just have one game because one game can make all the difference that you need. But anyway, just to check out the roster, you can see on the screen we've got RQ Ryu, we've got DRS Gaming coming from Nepal, 52 Esports, Avoin Donkey ID, and yesterday it was a tough competition, but at least, you know, I did ask you guys if there's going to be a team coming from South Asia that will get the winner chicken dinner, and it happened. Tribe Aeramacy actually scored that point. Unfortunately, well, they've received a little bit of a penalty because they used an unregistered account. So, production or the organization actually took out 20 points.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate. I hope that here in Day 3, there's not going to be the same mistakes over and over again. But Group B, we did see plenty of them really step up to the occasion. One such name is Sem9, and also, of course, not forgetting RRQ Ryu, which is also part of the group as well. A1 Esports, I think they are starting to ramp up their pace as well. So with that being said, you know, this final 2 days of semifinals, we'll see a lot of teams, meaning a lot more serious business this time around. As for those who are around the top end of the ladder, I would say that perhaps they would feel like they could chill a couple of game or two. But Big Sean Red Aliens, they used to be all the way up there, but they are now at the borderline number 16. It's so weird to say. Big Sean Red Aliens usually have not bowed out in any form of semifinals.
I know, right? But I feel like, you know, for the side of Bigoton Red Aliens, just to be fair, I mean, there were rounds that they were not really playing with their original roster, so perhaps, you know, there's really a change in dynamics. But hopefully today, since this is already the second to the last day of the semifinals, they can do something about it for us to see them play in the grand finals. And of course, Team Flash, Kodak, Tribe Aeramacy, Team NKT will also be joining into the mix.
Yeah, and Team Flash, you know, they had a spectacular day 2, but moving into the Sunday run, it seems like it's been a really tough ordeal for them to really maintain the grasp of how the tempo of play have changed so drastically coming from all these other teams. So it definitely put them a little bit behind when it comes down to how they are currently positioned, because they were contending at number 2. But that also tells you that the competition is just so stiff. We got a lot of amazing names out there, but one team that has continued to impress me has been 52 Esports. Their sheer effort into making sure that they always make it into the top 4 has been pretty astounding, considering that there are so many battles taking place across every single map.
You know what? I'm still waiting for HORAA Esports and, of course, A1 Esports to show us what they got. You know, we've always known them to be competitive players. They're a very competitive team, so I would want them to kind of show up for the 4th day. But, of course, the overall MVP, let's put a spotlight on this guy, Rosemary, coming from Alter Ego Eras of Indonesia, setting up a total of 28 points, 42.42% of team contribution, and this is like a high damage output, 5,394.
Yeah, there's also many names out there that's hoping to vie for this title of the MVP. So we'll keep track whether if Rosemary will be able to keep up with the pace. Yesterday was a Rosemary and Alter Ego showdown against the rest of the players in Miramar as well. But here we are. We have Jiki from Team Secret to be standing pretty closely to his record as well, but he gotta up his game on the average elimination points as well, followed by FaZe Clan's Onsens and KT's Joker, and also Bose from Team Flash.
Yeah, I was talking about Joker of Team NKT, so there you go. I remember now. And again, I'm expecting to see Team Flash and, of course, Team NKT to kind of have a bout, like a brawl, so that I can cast it with Batman versus Joker. But anyway, if we're going to be looking at the stats here, it's just so amazing because the average elimination points set up by Rosemary is at 2.33 compared to the second runner-up, which is 1.58. So it means that he kills one more player over to that second guy.
Yeah, and you can see everybody is really upping the ante every step of the way, but Rosemary is currently untouchable with the difference of 6 eliminations as compared to those. And yesterday, it seems like there wasn't exactly the best sort of way that Team Flash could have actually gotten too much points. So you see the MVP run for both kind of moved all the way to the 5th ranking. But as for Achille, Schweppes, as well as Onsens, they are also in the race. Considering that you take a look at Onsens, he's done 4,400 damage. I believe he could add more for today.
Right you are, ladies and gents. I mean, these Savior have already been dethroned by Team Secret, 118. So if you missed all the action that happened yesterday, Team Secret, the first thing to actually cross that 100-point mark, followed by Sem9, who moved up 5 ranks. So for those teams that kind of had like the drop of ball, these Savior, Alter Ego, Eras, Vampire Esports, and Team Pandom. So they moved down on the ranks.
Yeah, and taking a look at the second page from 9th all the way to 16, Megatron Red Aliens have been pushed down so much within the span of the day because they were trying up their own lineup and things wasn't exactly all too effective. But it's good news for fans of South Asia. We see T2K, FaZe Clan, as well as DRS pushing up. Well, of course, FaZe Clan is from Thailand, but 52 Esports are still within a very safe ratio, at least for a couple of games. So we'll see what's going to be the update here. Meanwhile, ASI8, they are at the border of 17th place at the moment.
Okay, again, this is a tight competition considering the fact that this is a stacked lobby. I mean, again, we've got a lot of superstars playing inside the lobby. I know there are dark horses. That means that there are newer teams compared to those that are already veterans. So again, let's see if there will be any dark horses that will surprise us for the semifinals. Of course, we'd love for them to join us for the championship round. Now, here comes the map sequence, everyone. It's the same format as yesterday. It's going to be an alteration between ERANGEL and Miramar.
That's right, and we'll just be playing throughout this course of the battle with the same very map. So teams definitely will feel a little bit more familiar, which is why we throw in the mix of groups, right? So it's A versus B to kick off our run as always. We got a lot of heavy hitters in this matchup. Now, I really do wonder, throughout the course of the past 3 days, I believe that it was Indonesia to always win the very first game. So could it continue to be the case where we have names like Alter Ego as well as RRQ, though overly being the beacon of light to be able to get the top spot?
Yeah. I mean, day 2, I believe it was Vietnam, and then there's Indonesia. I mean, which country is going to step up for today's set of matches? That is one of the questions. That's one of the things that we look forward to. But then again, before we head on to our main bout, Contra, I'm afraid we still have to choose our team to cast our prediction before the match starts.
Well, just looking at how things have been going for Alter Ego, I wanted to see Rosemary to continue on that rampage. So I guess it's going to be a very safe and easy pick for me. It's Alter Ego. And yeah, what's your thoughts onto the first match?
Well, again, I'll always go with HORAA Esports as my first pick before we start any matches. So yeah, HORAA Esports Purple Hearts.
All right, that's a great choice out there. They were really close yesterday on their first couple of games as well. So, production, I guess it's time for you to decide what you're gonna go for. Maybe you stole HORAA Esports pick away from production. They're currently thinking like, maybe we'll go for Team Secret instead. But that is definitely a great choice because Team Secret, they are looking so good. In these rounds of ERANGEL.
Well, not gonna lie, I do agree with you. But yeah, I mean, HORAA Esports, whenever I need a chicken dinner, they always deliver. So yeah, I'm gonna stick it with HORAA. And I know we've got a lot of fans down there in the comment section cheering for them. So instead of you guys being a little bit on the toxic side, might as well just fill up the comment section with your with the colors of your favorite teams, with your favorite players. So that's the way to do it.
Yep, and of course, with that being said, I believe that, we started the day with good vibes, right? Like, the vibes must be right, and I hope that you guys tone it down a little bit if you're feeling, a little under the weather or just a little feisty. So here we are, 25 seconds on the clock before we begin our run into our first brawl in the Sunday showdown of Ruthless Invitational Showdown. The Season 7 so far has been nothing short of amazing of what it has to offer. Sit back, relax, and let us do all the talking as we will see who will be the first team to get the chicken dinner here on our Sunday run.
Woo! All right, here we go, kicking things up in ERANGEL. Ladies and gents, hold on to your seats because it's going to get really bumpy for our round number 1. Now, getting into our first match, of course, we do wonder if there are going to be teams who will power through for the first match and get those elimination points that they need. Will we see some alteration in terms of their gameplay? Will we see a different drop clash, or will we see a different tactics, for the first match of this evening? But checking the flight path, we can already say like which of the areas is going to be highly populated. So there will be, like the usual case of Pachinki, Rozhok, Isnaya. But of course, it's always interesting, right? Teams that are dropping around a military base, because this is perhaps the riskiest area of them all. And if you consider dropping in here, then you actually agree that you are a high-level team. You are a highly skilled player, so you can actually defend, and you can actually do great even if you drop into this danger zone.
Yeah, and for most part, all 64 players on the block, or should I say 63, because Leo is starting with 3 members only this time, are highly skilled players, which is why they're here in the lobby playing in the match, as compared to us, who's talking about them instead. So far, we got some amazing stats. 10 hit shots coming from Rosemary. Anson's coming in close with 8 as well, but damage ratios remain to be Rosemary to be the one to top the charts. Meanwhile, we'll keep an eye out onto Yasnaya yet again. Will we get another battle going in? We won't. ASI8. They got themselves another full send coming in from GeekFam, but he's absolutely prepared with the barrel spray now. Noob finds it, but he's only got 20 HP. He will be traded out.
Great reflex again coming from Noob there. I mean, he picked up that M762 a little bit late compared to the opponent, but he was able to shut him down first. From the kill feed, it's definitely lining up. I mean, we've got A1 Esports as well as HORAA Esports, who's currently on the ground. So I bet they are having that exchange back in the school area.
Yeah, and this is just an all-out warfare with shots being fired from the side of Dammer to give a little bit of cover. Aizen ready with the shotguns here, tapping it out, almost really getting the full shot over onto Nachi. It's so difficult for Nachi to actually get more out of this scenario, as he seems to be the only one left at the moment. No deflates, as they will go in for a close quarter combat. Moving up to the higher grounds, it will be Falak that will be able to find Sonics as he charges through the gates. Damroot now goes to retreat, but not finding it at all. Almost connecting the full shot, but here comes Isaac. He trades right back, and he will secure the elimination onto Nachi.
Yeah, there were a lot of cat and mouse chase that happened between Agan, I8, and Geek Fam. But you know what? We already have like 2 casualties on the side of Geek here. But Izane bagging 2 elimination points is perfect for this guy, I guess. He is hunting the last remaining player or 2 more players coming from the opposition side. But just check it out. 52 Esports definitely heard those gunshots, and they're lurking around the area, checking if it is already safe enough to kind of just approach this one, crash the compound, and get the points.
Yeah, and this is where they call for truce for the moment because they understand if 52 esports come into the scene, Falak might be a good addition to what GeekFab needs in order to survive. So I guess the same could be said from the side of Falak's mind, where they heard the engines roaring coming from 52 esports as they drive right in. It's going to be GeekFam that will be greeted in this compound first and foremost. And what's going to happen here? Audrey has only got that Bison. He goes in for a quick spray and will be able to secure 1 more point on the radar. Meanwhile, here comes Izane also charging in as well. Goes towards the other side of the door as they will pressurize and they put the Molotov right through it. As Audrey on the last stand, he still has 1 HP left and will seal it off. GeekFam will still crash out, but he got 4 points.
Man, he just, I mean, he went right in there. He was being a little reckless. I mean, you could have been more cautious, I guess, because you just know that there were teams that actually fought in that area. So I don't understand. I mean, he caught him by surprise. But anyway, we're down to 14 teams, guys, and we're looking at A1 Esports. K9 is already out of the game. It is still a bout between A1 and HORAA. But yeah, I mean, checking out the stats here, it looks like HORAA Esports is now operating with just 2 players. So they are at a disadvantage.
They definitely are. And A1 Esports could have actually done it so much cleaner. I do agree with you on that sentiment where, you know, face checking alone, even if you're going to be the scouter, it's not exactly the best, especially when you mentioned they just had a brawl. But perhaps what was on the mind of 52 Esports is that, oh, the fight concluded. They must have been weakened enough to the point that there might just be only 1 player left, which is why it was so quiet. But remember this, Falak is still in the match. So I'm not too sure if he's still within that scene. But early on, we had that battle, not only in first tier, but also in another spot. Georgia Pulse, here comes Rowdy with a perfect pixel spray onto the legs and finds No Fear.
That was a nice touch right there by Rowdy. I mean, he just... I don't know, shuts down player in an almost impossible angle. But that was like thinking out of the box, which of course we like. I mean, players getting creative on how they actually kill their opponents is absolutely amazing. And now the fight continues on. We got Sky here as the lone survivor coming from HORAA Esports, trying to deal with the remaining players of A1. But of course, this is too overwhelming for just one guy here. Sinister, he made sure that he's not going to come back for that one, and that was it. I mean, Hitman just finished up the fight, and HORAA Esports, I mean, they got eliminated.
Yeah, and Sinister, despite bowing out in that form of an altercation, he has basically provided the info back towards the team, which is why it was so difficult for Sky to try to pull off a clutch. But A1 Esports now ties the record of the battles to be won in the Yasnaya Polyana against HORAA Esports. And now we might get ourselves that Mount Gatka battle. See who's going to be the king of Mountain, but the circle could always shift towards the later stages of the game as teams are already driving into that Gatka region. It's going to be a tough place to be for those who are going to be late to the scene. I was looking at the mini map as well, where Vampire Esports are taking a very slow rotation coming in from Milta Power, the furthest away from every squad. So they might bump into names like 52 Esports, DRS even, and also Team Secret. So there's still plenty of space around the area of Pochinki as well as Rozhok. If teams want to take like a quick checkpoint, they don't need to necessarily move directly into Gatka in such an early stage.
Yeah, and RQ trying to put their flag here, trying to mark their territory, which is absolutely great. And just checking out the team's position here. A1 remains to be inside Yasnaya, but it's already outside of the zone. And onto the north side of Yasnaya, we can see that Voin Donkey is still also within proximity. Alter Ego Ares is just about to stick to the edge of the circle here. Probably might do some gatekeeping up against Voin and A1 Esports, but most of the teams are already in the center, together with Sim9, RQ, Leo, D Savior coming from Pochinki area. But RQ being at the top of that Gaka mountain, I think they have the potential to assume a lot of points, and that is if they can defend that spot.
Big nades now pop right in towards the side of 52 Esports. Team Secret try to dissect the fight with a very different approach, where 52 Esports, the moment they try to push out of that smoke, they got caught out. And now down to size, it seems like Alian as well as Crypto will be holding back for now, knowing that Team Secret has a full squad strength, excuse me. So this is going to be a little bit harder for them to really play this from the outer region, but if there's going to be any vehicles, they might be able to utilize that. But Crypto's going to be holding off on his own, finding that not perfect spray down, looking for Trang at the very same time. 3 members of the side of Team Secret slowly getting picked off by Alian as well.
Yeah, this fight is like in the blue zone, so it's going to be hard because you do not worry about just the bullets, but you're also worried about the fact that your life is actually getting itched up little by the blue zone. So Trang's already on the ground here, and the clock is ticking, for both of the teams here. Are they going to prioritize to get inside the safe zone, or will they really eliminate each other and just get those points?
Well, speaking on behalf of Team Secret, they're used to tanking the blue zone because they're always starting off from Sonoska military base. So it's nothing too difficult for them because stage 2 is still relatively possible for them to be able to, tank out the damage and slowly get their health back up at the moment. Sunoaz now find himself in the middle of nowhere, waiting to be picked up by Juke as well from the side of Roy Esports. As he retrieves his teammate, they will go directly back into ruins, which is going to be a safe spot for the meantime.
A1 will definitely be having late entry gameplay as well. Check out Alter Ego Eras. They haven't put any points just yet, but Rosemary seems to have spotted some of the players coming from Roy, but Roy is already at the edge of the circle, so they're pretty safe. Although, they're pretty close with the guys of Vampire, so they might clash with one another. It's just a matter of time, so we'll just have to wait. For Team Pandom, they came in from the south side. And we've also got DRS camping around the area, but just like what we said a while ago, RQ is already at the top of this mountain here. So, whichever team would try and dare to challenge them up, they already have good positions here. So it's going to be hard for them to take, for the other teams to take this spot.
Yeah, as much as it gives a very good vantage point, coming up into the mountain early has its downside as well, because you don't have any resources. You got to really look out for how many utilities you still have when you are being challenged. But as for RQ, they are keeping their reserves at the moment, having a little bit of split going on. 2 members over on the top, another 2 somewhere in between the 4s at the same time. So they are not putting all their eggs in one basket, which is a good sign, especially with so many teams wrapping around this region. Now, what I really dislike about this circle is that it is segregated by the river, so there's a chance that it does cut into the north as well. So teams, they're banking on hopes that it does not, because majority of them are still within the Gatka mountain region. So here comes Asa, trying to defend up against the rest of Team Panda. Big nades now being sent on each corner map. Dimsy getting chunked out for a little bit, but it will be an incredible tap coming from the DPS that will find Asa. But over on the back, there is Chama that will negate any advancement coming in from Dimsy. The third party is in the way.
Oh my goodness, that was a nasty shot coming from Dimsy with a DBS. But anyway, let's see if RQ can still do a counterattack up against Team Pandom. We've got Dimsy on the ground, Jay Brecky cooking up a nade and getting ready to throw it at one of the players of RQ. But unfortunately, Crispy, my goodness, Nerfe Cole putting up a show here. Fnatic with a massive spray using that UMP. And it looks like RQ is doing an amazing job so far with their kind of defense.
they look absolutely incredible when it comes down to the fights here, but it is also due to the fact that there is help being sent in from another angle. A chill now finds another one, but Team Panda pretty much are stuck in a really tough dip. CP will push up with the rest of DRS Gaming, and things are not looking so good for the side of Pandem as they are pretty much crashed out. But the rest of RQ, they continue on their hot pursuit. It's Axe here, going in for another tap, looking for more, but he slides down and still finds it. They eliminate RRQ Ryu off the match.
I mean, it makes sense. It makes total sense to be at that. At this specific spot right here. I mean, RRQ tried to defend it, but unfortunately, there were at least two teams that actually rushed towards that direction. And I guess we have another challenger from for this mountain right here. That would be the guys of Vampire Esports. Now, Ravenclaw made the first move there, threw in a nade up against DRS. Chama is trying to boost up. He will need all the energy that he will get, of course, to try and eliminate vampires from this clash.
And DRS, they're allowed to go in for a reset, so Vampire Esports will have to be very careful about this. Chama did excellently alongside with X in that past fight against RRQ. But the question is, how many resources have they managed to stash up from all those loot crates that they found? It's not only RRQ, it was Team Pandem as well. Teams after teams are trying to take over to see who will be the kings of the hill. But this fight may not be for far too long. As we can see 1 minute later, it's going to be a shift that's going to be away from the mountains as they try to settle the scores. Big nades once again towards the side of Tony K. It's always going to be very difficult to actually find a catch, and once they do, that is going to open up the doorways for either side to crash right through. And Tony K, they might actually think twice about going on that full engagement, since the circle's going to move away deeper into South George, which is the usual region where FaZe Clan plays out. And these teams, they just are relentless. Leo Esports find the entirety of DX. Despite with only 3 members, they got all of them.
DRS is pretty warmed up. I'm telling you, I mean, they're hot right now. They have the momentum. They're challenging up the guys from Vampire Esports. They're picking them off one by one, and they've had set up, quite a number of points here now. Tony K charged up using an S12K, but Schweppes is on the ground, courtesy of English or Span X trying to defend DRS, and Tony K got dropped.
Here comes Killer YT going on that push, and Tony was hoping to catch him off guard, but that was just instant reaction coming through. Now it's Newsy as well as Ravenclaw to go up against Killer YT. He does find it, and now down to Newsy. What can he do this time around? He does have a little bit more energy to defend, but that tap from Newsy saves Vampire Esports.
Wow, that was a great and brutal exchange coming from Vampire and DRS, but I can still say that DRS did an amazing job, defending themselves up against Vampire Esports. But again, that's the nature of competition, right? One has to go down, and fortunately for the side of the Vampires, I think they have that extra munch, to go up against DRS, and now they are currently the kings of Gatka Mountain, which brings us down to just 8 teams remaining, ladies and gents. We are at stage 4, and we're looking at Alter Ego Eras with 2 elimination points. And as for the teams that are still alive and kicking in this very match, we've got Team Secret with 2 points, Sem9, we've got Alter Ego, Vampire, Leo, Void Donkey, A1 Esports with 4 elimination points, and Roy. They haven't set up any points just yet, but it's going to be interesting if they can actually get into the last few stages of our first match.
And with so many teams flocking towards the center, it is going to be a very tough area to crack up against the likes of Sem9, who is holding the center of the stage. Meanwhile, A1 Esports Planet by the river. I'm not too sure how much can they actually catch from that angle, but if it zooms towards the north, it is a very good chance for the side of A1 Esports. Meanwhile, Ravenclaw moves back into the containers. Vampire Esports now challenging the rest of Leo Esports. And to me, it's amazing how Leo has been able to really hold up throughout the course of all these rowdy ruckus happening throughout ERANGEL. With only 3 members, they are still standing tall with all members intact. And with them defeating DX, Vampire Esports, they really have to respect what Leo can offer.
Well, they're trying to put out a statement here, but going up against Vampire Esports will not be easy. As you all know, Vampire Esports is one of the formidable teams that we have in the competition. And Leo Esports, let's check if they can execute a very good plan here and just putting a nail in that coffin right there. But so far, it's a standoff. We can hear some nades being popped up. But Justin right here with a surprise shot up against Vampires, and he was successful in getting that point. So job well done.
My, they continue to be on the streak. He's just running across. He does not really know where Traps is, but now that he heard him, so Justin, first one to drop, and he gets both of them. Schweppes! What was that with the DBS? Well, that's an S12K in hand, but still. Wow.
Oh, man. You do not want to mess with Schweppes. He's gonna Schwepp you guys up. But anyway, he's clicking up a nade, hunting HYPEREV here. Okay, he's pretty accurate on when or where he needs to throw his nade. And so far, he's already on the way with an S12K. Oh, he's getting damage as well, but what a surprise! Coming from HYPEREV! He shuts down Schweppes right onto his face!
The clutch king of Leo is here to stay, ladies and gents. 6 massive points. They did not DX, and now even Vampire Esports fall to the hands of the Lions. And I'm not too sure if there's much more of a jungle in this area of the map, but there are plenty of vegetation as well for teams like Roy Esports to hide from. But that was just out of this world. Porsche now with a nade towards Rosemary. He's going to quickly reposition as Octa will take note of that with Nate being sent in. Alter Ego is being very disciplined not to go way too close, giving a little bit of area play to Roy Esports, but the problem is Roy is just by the corner of the map. So that will be duly noted by the rest of Alter Ego to keep their eyes very closely.
I mean, Roy Esports is currently at the bottom of the overall rankings, and what needs to happen is that they should stop relying on just placement points. I mean, they need to get aggressive. You know, they need to get those extra elimination points to be able to climb up the ranks there if they would want to be part of the grand finals or the championship round. But anyway, Team Secret, again, with 1 casualty, they already have 2 points here, and they're doing a massive spray up against Sem9, who is already in the middle. Smack right there in the middle. They're actually in an intersection here, which I can say it's a great location.
Oh, look at that in the water. So they're just saying hi to each other. I mean, desperate time calls for desperate measures. So they just really want to survive, and none of them could actually go on foot into land. But if they do, they at least got a really good info of what's really going on. Yeah, just friends chilling with each other, perhaps opening up audio, just having a little bit of a chit chat before they eventually go up to shore. But hey, good news for the swimmers. It's not the Seine River, it's not the Olympics, but this will suffice.
Oh, that's funny. That's quite an entertainment right there coming from both Leo and A1. But I mean, there's a need for it, I guess. Both of them are in the water, so there's really no chance for them to pull up their guns, and they're surrounded by Voin Donkey, you know, and pretty close at them. Anyway, Porsche coming from Roy just got shut down by Rosemary here, and Roy again exited the game with 0 points.
It has been a really tough position to play for inside of Roy Esports as well. So I guess like making it into the top 7 does add a few more placement points for themselves as well. So it's not too shabby after all. Alter Ego has a full squad with them. Meanwhile, taps being sent towards the side of Octa. Voin Donkey starting to respond. HYPEREV finally got into the land and had to say goodbye to his dear old friend Rowdy. It was nice knowing him. There's no way that A1 could actually go in for revive, considering that Hitman is so far off. So we'll just have to let this one slide.
The truce was over for Leo and A1 Esports. Rowdy now just floating in there. and just hanging on to dear life. But anyway, I don't think he's gonna get picked up here because there's already a lot of teams around on this particular area. We've got Alter Ego Eras by the bridge, and they've already set themselves up with 4 elimination points, and now they're coming after the top ranker here, which is of course Team Secret. They're inside this mushroom house right here. Hopefully there will be no teams that could get that close, because one nade and one Molotov could actually wipe them off.
Could very well be the case, but for now it is going to be a Mexican standoff for the moment. Alter Ego quickly goes in for the reset, whereas the member of A1 Esports is just hiding by the shack. That's the best play that A1 could do right now, waiting for other teams to go in for a direct battle. But considering the fact that there's just so much of an open flat ground for Sem9 to really take charge of, the only sort of pressure that Sem9 has against them is currently Team Secret, as well as Boing Donkey. But Boing Donkey has to cross over the bridge, and Alter Ego is holding them hostage.
Looking too good for the side of Rosemary here, and there you go. An effective shot coming from Vexy here. Now Rosemary is bleeding out, so I'm not sure if he still can get picked up here by... was that Octa? Okay, so Boyzel will try and attempt, of course, to revive his teammate here. Vexy exactly know where Alter Ego Eras is, and there you go. Alpha tried to... go and pick him up, but unfortunately he gets tagged as well. And Void Donkey again very effective with trying to shut down Alter Ego Eras from this angle.
Yeah, good smokes provided in order to cover their own tracks right now, just having to turtle in, and the rest of Void Donkey will use this opportunity to cut over onto the river. Some of them just goes directly into the water, as Void Donkey may not know of the presence of HYPEREV. So they gotta check first. If not, they will be absolutely in for a big surprise.
I'm amazed by HYPEREV here. I mean, honestly, he's still alive here. I mean, he could potentially get to the last zone here, and might have a chance to get that winner chicken dinner. And there you go, Max goes down from Team Secret. It's not done just yet. Up against the Alter Ego Eras and Hitman. Wow, that was a good shot right there. 6 elimination points now for A1 Esports.
Incredible, absolutely incredible for A1 Esports. And how is Hitman not being punished for that? Now Sem9 tries to take on the weakened side of Alter Ego Esports. Alter Ego Ares, they have been hiding in the smokes, and their resources are already running low. And Sem9, they ambush in the perfect moment. Hitman has got to run into the quarters, but Bobo Ho goes in with a shotgun, will be obliterated instead. 2 members left for the side of Sem9. Down but not out just yet. Boing Donkey suddenly find themselves an opening to score the chicken dinner of their own. 1 pixel right underneath the vehicle, as Rosemary, so sharp on the Mini 14, finds the mark.
Oh my goodness, it's still amazing. What a performance coming from Leo Esports, setting themselves up with 8 elimination points before exiting the game. Now down to just 3 teams remaining. Sem9 has a whopping 43% of actually getting that winner chicken dinner. But let's see if Alter Ego Eras is gonna let that one slide. Now here comes Octa with the attack right behind this rock. Massive spray coming from that M416, but could not connect just yet.
This is the first time that we're looking at a 2 versus 2 versus 2 as well. Sem9 on their approach, they only send those 2 members against Alter Ego Esports. I mean, Alter Ego, if they had more to deal with, they may not be able to live to tell the tale. But now that Rosemary is back up, this is the carry, the superstar, the MVP of the tournament so far, to hope to seize the moment once again for the Indonesian side. 2 Indonesian teams going head-to-head. Meanwhile, Sem9 wants to chime in. Yesterday, winning a chicken dinner, back in Miramar, and now looking for another one. Yuhai drops those nades against Zeta. Taking the higher ground, but that is going to be a spot that is not going to be all too safe for Yuhai as well.
Wow, man. Good momentum, though, coming from the side of Sem9. Yuhai with those nade shots. It's pretty accurate. Unfortunately, he just has gotten too close, I guess, to the fire. And now he is also knocked down. Superboy, what are you going to do with the situation? Oh, man, you are left all alone to deal with the remaining players inside the game. And that is it for Zeta. He goes down as well. But we've got one more player coming from Void Donkey, and that would be Mineral. Now, he doesn't have to worry about anyone trying to open fire right behind him. He needs to focus his attention on Rosemary, on Alter Ego Eris. The good thing that he keeps a close eye on Rosemary here, but Alter Ego Eris is on a split offense here, and one of them could potentially shut him down.
Rosemary now taking a very different approach. He climbs upwards, and this might just be an open spot for Sem9 to catch him out, but the Sem9 member, they're not really looking towards this direction at the moment, so this could have actually been far worse for Sada Rosemary. Speaking of which, it does happen where Superboy will eliminate the MVP. So, Superboy, Lone Ranger, but he might be able to see a chance to pull off a chicken dinner of his own. And this 1v1v1, Alter Ego Ares crashes out. Now it's down to Mineral versus Superboy.
Oh man, this is gonna be interesting. Okay, I mean, I have a lot of questions about what Rosemary did in there. I mean, he knows it's gotta be exposed up against M9, but he did it anyways, going for an opening knock there. But here comes the interesting part: 1v1 situation for the final match. Here comes Superboy now with M416. Obviously, Mineral's popping off that smoke to kind of give that illusion as to where he is currently. Now, Superboy cooking up that nade. I think he doesn't know exactly where to throw it. I mean, he's guessing.
And also, fun fact, Superboy, he hasn't always been on the main roster of Sem9. And at a certain point in time, sure, he has been a pro player for quite a long time, but he's usually the coach or analyst for most of the squads in Malaysia. Now that he finds himself against one of the top dogs of Indonesia, he has got no idea where Mineral is hiding, but that nade actually does connect. 50% chunked out from the side of Mineral, and it might just be high pressure. He does spot him out, gets a little bit of glimpse, but whoa, with the final bullets, it's Void Donkey with the win.
Oh man, he didn't use his X-ray eyes. That's why. I mean, he was going for the tree there. He thought he was hiding behind that big tree. But you know what? It was a great trigger discipline coming from the side of Void Donkey. They waited, or he waited patiently for that right opening, and actually took down Superboy. So great execution coming from Void Donkey. So a well-deserved winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, and Void Donkey has been so elusive in this battle. At first, I thought they will have a lot of problems crossing through that bridge, whereas they understand where the threat is coming from, so they pile on the pressure back towards the side of Alter Ego Esports. And look at that final battle where Superboy decided to take pretty much similar angles as compared to Alter Ego. We saw how many times Alter Ego tried to take them down. They couldn't do so. Same could be said about Superboy, because over onto that side of the field of view, it's so much better for Void Donkey to play this one out. So that discipline has definitely paid off.
Anyway, just checking out, okay, how good of a stats we can see on the screen. So this is like how many, or the amount of damage that they were able to put out there in the game. So I can see it's Zeta that got most of it, and also bagging most of the elimination points for the team. I believe this is the first time that they've gotten a winner chicken dinner, or did I miss something during day number 1?
I believe that it was the second chicken dinner for Void Donkey. Although it's been a really rough ride for the squad, but here and day for things are looking to be so much better. They are starting to show what they truly are made of. So Void Donkey, we expect them to do very well throughout the course of the day, with momentum being gained so early into the matches of the evening. Now, of course, we take a closer look into the stats. Alter Ego, Sem9, Leo will be part of the top 4, but wow, Hi, Dami, and the rest of Leo, they only had 3 players, and they are pulling off a heist in this match.
Oh man, yes, definitely a Bella Ciao moment. But you know what? I'm really looking at the teams that are on the third page to kind of, like make a huge difference just to make sure that they get included in the top 16. And so far, the outcome is really great. I mean, Void Donkey stepping up for today. I mean, this is just the first match, and of course, we'll be looking for the consistency coming from the teams here. And for those that are already part of the first and second page, especially those who are at second page, you guys are not out of the woods just yet. I mean, so many things can still happen. Teams from the third page can still overtake or catch up with the numbers that you've set up on the board.
And the MVP of the match is undoubtedly HYPEREV. And of course, we've seen so many seasons before. HYPEREV, when you put pressure onto this player, he just knows how to utilize that adrenaline to carry on forward. And 7 eliminations in this matchup all by himself is just something else. I don't think that this record has been matched all too much. I believe that the other player that has done so might just be Bose with 8, or I could be wrong. Of course, we'll go back into track records for that. But Alter Ego, they have managed to also pick up a whole lot of points from the eliminations of Octa as well as Rosemary, and X is also part of the picture as well.
And you know what? Honestly, my favorite moment in from our first match would be HYPEREV and Rowdy meeting under the bridge. That was fun to watch. That was very entertaining. But of course, I would also like to commend the fact that HYPEREV, despite being alone in the situation, he still was able to put up 7 amazing elimination points. And it's not always easy to get those LMs, so you always would want to give that right recognition to that player. Now, 14 points in total for the side of Void Donkey here, representing Indonesia, followed by Alter Ego Ares, which is another Indonesian team with 14 points, 12 points, 9, 11 for Leo, and welcome back to the game, A1 Esports, 10 amazing points right there.
Yep, and in the tradition continues throughout the course of all 4 days that Indonesia will always pick up the first chicken dinner, this time in a different hand, where Void Donkey have been able to do so. And, we had our 4 different squads already to open up these accounts for Indonesia to kick things off. So Void Donkey seem to have their golden glory heading into this matchup. Now let's take a look at some of these stats. Pretty standard stuff, but teams are getting so much sharper with those headshots, as we do see 12 total headshots throughout the course of the game. And Depp has been trying to eliminate some players all across the field. They had that 360 view from the lower end of Mount Gakka, and it's 365 meters that's being covered.
Yeah, and those are great stats for a first match. Great opening game, at least for day 4. Team Secret remains to be at the top with 122 points and 2 winner chicken dinners. We've got Sem9 now on second place, and third, Alter Ego Ares with 108. So we already have 3 teams that cross that 100 point mark. And as for the teams that are kind of moving down, it's the Savior and RRQ. Well, to be fair, I think RRQ will play in the next game.
They should be in the next matchup, as they are in Group B. So over here onto the second page, we are seeing the rise of DRS Gaming. Meanwhile, TCK wasn't really part of the picture alongside Baseline, Team Flash as well. So doubt they will be appearing to make their mark later on. But Void Donkey, after chicken dinner, they finally made it into the top 16. Remember this, they were one of the bottom runners throughout the course of the past couple of days. And now they see a little bit of a hope to get through to the finals. And that is by pushing down Bigatron Red Aliens to number 17.
Well, it is a small step for Roy Esports, but it is, still a step moving forward. So they are now at the 23rd place. Tribe Aeromacing now down at the 24th with 26 points. So they all know what needs to be done, right? Again, this is the 4th day. We still got one more day tomorrow, which is, of course, is going to be all or nothing. You really have to exert that much effort just to make sure that you get enough points, to be included in the top 16. I know it's a tight competition. I mean, this lobby is pretty much like, a big celebrity gathering, but that's what makes it more fun. But you know what? We will talk more about PUBG and what happened inside the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 7 as soon as we come back. So don't go away. Yo, it was an extra spicy opening match for us, and we don't want more. We want more of that. Things are already heating up for the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 7. My name is Red Queen, joined by Contra, and we are your casters with the banters.
That's right, and we've had such an incredible first showing with the likes of all these teams really putting up a solo showdown. By the end of it all, it was 7-9, Boing Donkey, and Alter Ego to have a go for that chicken dinner. And what went on was just like a movie scene where they're just basically going back and forth. And Alter Ego, they just got flustered with some pressure coming from 7-9. But down to that 1-versus-1, Vexy has managed to pull off that clutch to eventually seal the deal to get them another chicken dinner, and now find themselves into the top 16. We'll see if they can maintain the pace, because teams like BTR are now arriving, hoping to secure themselves that top 16 finish as well. So here is Group C joining into the party, and I wonder what will happen in this matchup.
Ooh, well, we do live in, for those moments to see like what kind of clutches in store for us today. I mean, again, these are pretty good players, high skilled players when it comes to playing PUBG Mobile. So I always get entertained with the fact that, how good they are with the jiggles, the dances and everything, and how they shut down their opponents will always be fascinating. At least for me. I don't know if it gets you interesting, but it gets me all hyped up, honestly.
It does, and it's been pretty incredible on how every single team have their own flair, their own style of play, and so far there's no wrong or right way for all these teams to go about how they want to set the record over onto the course of the battle. And it seems like where things are only going to get better, because heading into the final couple of days of the semifinals, the pressure is on for them to back themselves that form of points in order to make it into the finals. And there's only about right now remaining less than 12 games for sure. So yeah, this is definitely going to be pretty concerning. But if you minus the fact that each team only gets to play 4 matches, so that will be only 7 games respectively left.
Yeah, I think we only have like 11 games remaining. So what was it? This is the 11. Yeah, okay. Anyway, it's going to be Group A versus Group C for MIRAMAR. So you guys already have 1 point each. I don't have a point just yet. But for this round, I think I'm going to go with Team Flash.
Team Flash? Wow. That took the words right out of my mouth,
Dibs.
That's that's really sad, as yes, early on I almost got Alter Ego correct. But looking at what could happen here, I think that BTR, we haven't really seen their roster for today. Perhaps with that pressure, they might come back with their main roster. So I'm just keeping hopes up for the squad, so I'll put BTR this time.
Ooh, BTR. How about you, production? Can you give us your prediction?
Seems like they're also thinking what exactly to go for. Maybe Team Secret's could be a really good call. They managed. I mean, early on they did vote for Team Secret, so perhaps something else. Team Secret.
Okay, you're going to the big boys, huh? I mean, that's the beauty of Battle Royale, right? I mean, it's unpredictable. You don't know really what's going to happen, because there's a lot of random elements that these teams need to consider. Sometimes you also need to consider luck, because sometimes the circle hates you and just goes far away from you, so you have to do extra work when it comes to your rotations, and sometimes things just doesn't go your way.
Yeah, it could happen at any given moment so far from what we have managed to see for the past couple of games. So I really did thought that, Alter Ego might have actually walked away with that win. But Rosemary, he kind of blundered because they were so fixated on the Boing Donkey. And they absolutely forgot that 7-9 still has 1 member left. So that itself was perhaps just small little errors that can happen. And of course, it has been a very difficult tournament for so many of all of that. But the nature of the tournament can only get tougher from here on. With so little games left standing in the way. This is match number 20 as we are just setting into Miramar once again. Make sure you guys hit that like as well as subscribe as we bring you even more epic games coming in from Ruthless Hype Esports. So without further ado, let's move right into the next match.
And there you go, ladies and gents. I mean, some of the teams here are not really performing like how you expect them to perform. So you just know that they're probably a bit stressed because you always have to consider not just their physical status but mental status as well. It can be exhausting playing a lot of matches in a day. So instead of you guys being toxic down there in the comment section, just send out positive vibes because your favorite team definitely needs it. All right, here we go. Match number 2, ladies and gents. We're gonna have it in Miramar. This is our first Miramar for this evening. Team NKT already deployed and had already opened up their parachutes together with, okay, I can see here Para GD. Okay, so this is what else? What more colors do I see on the screen? So we also got Geek Fam already out of the plane.
Yeah, and this is just going to be a very tough quarter to find out if they were to beat up early on. AST this time taking a very different approach as they are journeying their way across Chumacera. And it seems to me that this is just going to be pretty much smooth sailing. I want to keep my eyes once again onto a few areas like Minas Generalis as well as Hacienda. The central area seems to be under heavy contest for the past couple of days. And Chumacera, we'll see a little bit of battle between some of the members of Dodak versus AST to kick things off.
Yep, and Rosemary still is the first placer for the road to MVP. He already has a total of 32 points, if I saw that one correctly. And now we can see that the map here is already settled. We can see that Vampire Esports now having an altercation with what team is this? T2K trained to kill once again, ladies and gents.
And this fight is never ending. It will continue on to be the case with only a pistol in the hands of Igneous. But over on the back end, it's going to be Suyok that does find it instead. And or should I say, rules to be able to kick off that player. 1-for-1 trade. Tony K is the next one to fall. Kansa, he does have a weapon in hand. 1 HP left. And somehow, with a snap, he finds 2.
Oh man, that's hard. I mean, Micro Uzi is a great gun to have, but if you don't have that extended mag, it's a tricky gun to use, to be honest. But anyway, not a good start for the side of Vampire Esports. But then again, even if they lose the fight, I don't think it's gonna affect their gameplay whatsoever. They're playing this one pretty chill, and that's what I was talking about just a while ago. You know, some of the teams here, especially those at the top, are just like exerting bare minimum of their energy. They just want to make sure that they are in the top 16 no matter what the placement is, because the real battle starts in the grand finals.
True enough. Whereas all these form of contests doesn't seem to be ending anytime soon because of how the nature of the teams have been, playing so aggressively throughout the course of all the past couple of days. And the only way for you to really score huge is to go ahead and play at a very high level of aggression in order to get back those elimination points. Now, another catch coming in from the side of Kansa in order to eliminate Vampire Esports. So the record currently is, I do believe it's 2-2 at the moment.
Oh yeah. All right, here we go. Here comes the exchange. Iftar now with a double Micro Uzi in hand. Inkus defending himself, and that was a good shot. But I mean, to be fair, he's using an AUG here. SMG versus AR. You know which player will fall.
Yeah, it is so hard for that trade to be won in that sort of instance. But they will continue on. Dodak just trying to navigate their way through, but this is going to be a little tough. They managed to eventually bring down Para GD, but Inkus now having a little pressure, does have the S12K. Real will still be able to find it. Jane is already off of the lobby. Great, beautiful work coming from the side of Reals. Now it's turning tails and run. So that player over on the top end of AST can only hold for a very short time.
And again, Triber may see, even if they win the fight, it's going to be hard for them to actually sustain this kind of energy, I guess, to get into the latter stages of the game here. Currently, Incus is going up against, Todak. Of course, it can be overwhelming. He's dealing with 3 players headed towards, the same direction, but he has an S12 King, and he made 2 of them drop! Oh, man, but with that nasty drop shot, HYPEREV, he just got eliminated with 1 elimination point, but Contra, that was almost a clutch.
It's almost a clutch, but oh man, it must have really felt bad on the other end of the spectrum as well. Team Pandem now will be pretty much occupying Hacienda, whereas that was just so close. But Todak, great efforts out there as they managed to eliminate AST and really establish a firm control over onto that corner of Jumasera. So for now, it's going to be a little bit of standstill. Team Flash finally getting some game time here as they were missing out on that previous run. Group C so far are really showing up really well into this matchup, but they need to deal with FaZe Clan as well over onto this edge of the map. So just looking at what could potentially happen is going to be pretty much a little bit of a scouting of positions, but Gosu all alone, I think the best move is just to escape from this corner of St. Martin.
Yeah, and again, man, I cannot make it clear even more. I mean, this is already the 4th day, and HYPEREV going out just like that with only 1 elimination point. This is the 2nd game for this evening, and if they want to make it to the grand finals, I guess they will have to really get aggressive, in getting not just elimination points, but placement points. If they can actually have like a double-digit finish in at least 2 matches for today, I think they can really skyrocket themselves up, in the overall rankings. But so far, it was really a huge stall on them with that 20-point deduction that they've experienced yesterday. So hopefully they do a major comeback, at least for tonight's set of matches.
Yeah, and there's definitely plenty of opportunities for them to eventually seek a better run. But for now, of course, things could be pretty much tense in what is in their mind. But this is one of the first few appearance of the circle to be appearing on the north. As compared to a lot of all the other days, has been around Impala, around the corners of El Azhar, but this time it's going to be a little bit more central over onto the northern end. So Team Flash, they can still sit put for now.
Yes, sir. We're not hearing any gunshots, but Bigot and Red Aliens might have a conflict with Team Flash here. Okay, we can see that Zuxi is present for this game. He could potentially shut down Gosu. I mean, Bigot and Red Aliens, they're holding on to at least 2 angles here because we can see that one of them is doing the flank, but coming off the kill feed, it's Rolls from T2K is currently knocked down by none other than the MVP himself, Rosemary of Alter Ego Eris.
Yeah, Alter Ego so far looking very strong today. BTR back into their main players such as Satar to be in the mix. But from what it seems to be, plenty of teams are coming in from the south side as we do expect. Morph, though, they have a little bit of a wiggle room holding on to the water treatment. They do expect visitors, but Kwang dealing with the pressure here. Big Nate being dropped towards his corner. Batman's going to be joining him from the back as well. Hans now being clipped off from the other side. Leon Punk is the only surviving member that's currently at work, but this is not going to be an easy task for them to really cut a deal against the rest of Team Flash.
Man, oh man, BTR getting bit up by Team Flash here. Team Flash doing great so far. From the kill feed, it's Beyblade coming from Morph, who's getting shut down by Octa of Alter Ego Eras. Team Pandem seems to be in the mix as well. Batman now has put down Leon, so obviously BTR seems to be on the losing end here. But let's check out what's happening first with Alter Ego Eras and Morph, as Morph now already has 2 more players left.
A very questionable move, but this is what it is. 1 versus 2, and Morph pretty much surrounded, but still putting in some puncture. Morph was actually holding into that water treatment for the longest of time. Alter Ego just crashed through, and just like that, they have just snapped the fingers of Thanos. And Alter Ego can go in for that full reset, but here comes Team Panda. They were watching from quite afar. Is there enough time to reset? Achul as well as Jibrenki is already in the mix, trying to push through. Nate's now being cooked up from the side of Alter Ego. No time to even save Rosemary. Beautiful Nate dropped in by Achul to eliminate the top fragger out there. So it's going to be pretty much of a fair fight, but not going to be fair for much longer. Boy still just spraying through, pressurizing over onto Dibsy, but Achul continues to obliterate them. And this is not an early move that Alter Ego have expected. They were close to a chicken dinner on the past game and now find themselves 13. Team Secret's here too! Everybody wants this portion of the compound.
I mean, this is what we love about those teams that are already at the top, right? I mean, it doesn't even matter. They're full on aggro still, especially Alter Ego Eras. I mean, they have the opportunity to kind of just rest, you know, and not really engage into a lot of fights here, but they're moving around, they're doing their rotations and just challenging up players here. But Team Pandem amazingly was able to put them down, but the fight is not over just yet because Team Secret decided to crash this compound and finish up the job and eliminate Team Pandem out of the equation.
And they're all funneled into those tiny little rooms as well. Team Secret, they're just utilizing whatever deflates they can throw right in to slowly wear them down and immediately popping off. And Maxius, the moment he steps right into the window, he will be sent back out into the lobby. Here comes Max, though. He does have the S12K ready at hand, but greeting him by the door, it should be Max once again. Honestly, not too straightforward here, but Team Secret looking to be slightly hesitant. Big Nate does catches one member on the side of Pandem. Breakdown finds a beautiful spray, and Pandem is out, but they have managed to pick up 6 massive points.
It's not a bad performance at all. 6 elimination points is still a great number, to be honest. Team Secret, man, I feel like they don't want to give up the first spot here. I mean, they do want to finish semifinals with a loud bang. I think they want to be the top dogs in the yard, you know, like tell everyone that we are the team to beat here. And so far, they are succeeding on that kind of campaign that they're trying to set out for the semifinals of this tournament. Now, checking out the situation, we're down to just 11 teams. We are at stage 3, and we're back into action because D-Savior Levi's here spotted Alter Ego Eras, but he is all alone, so I feel like he's gonna get back to the rest of the team here, but definitely, you know, this situation has been reported back to, you know, the rest of D-Savior.
True enough. Catches, but over on to Lamborghini. How on earth is he even getting that shot all the way from down under? Incredible, incredible tap. I mean, you just got to give it to Lambo. One of the veterans of the Vietnamese scene, still showing how it's done. But, of course, that it seems to be... actually, that's not the point towards the side of Lambo. It was a catch from somebody else.
Ooh! Leo! Oh man, Hype Dammy would want to join into the mixer because he shut down one of the players come from D-Savior. And this is gonna get interesting, to be honest. But checking out the situation, I feel like they're holding on a compound here, so there's that distance. They might have shut down one D-Savior, but I don't think they're gonna translate that one into a full-blown elimination point, not unless if that player is totally exposed and doesn't have any cover at all, but it doesn't seem to be the case. So far, I think they're just going to have an exchange, just contribute onto that damage output. But yeah, I mean, stage 3 would still be quite, I don't know, like quite passive for me.
It definitely is. And going back into those back and forth fights around the compound where, a couple of teams were at, it started off with Team Morph, or should I say Morph Team, to be on the same spot. And then it was eventually taken by the side of Alter Ego and Team Pandem and Team Secret for a very good reason, because that was the direct center of that phase of the stage. And now it's just going to be shifting further towards water treatment. So Morph Team, if they actually chose the small little township of water treatment instead, it might have actually fared a little bit better. Meanwhile, of course, with that shift, some of the teams that are around the edges will be able to enjoy it a little bit more, whether they're from the south or even from the north.
Yeah, HORAA Esports loves to stay up north. I mean, we can see that 3 of them is still outside, and we only have like 1 player who is doing the scouting, which is actually a play safe. So great tactic right there. As for Leo Esports, a while ago they entered the game with just 3 players. Now they're a complete squad, which is, of course, wonderful because they can be at full force. And that was an on-point nade coming from Huzaifa right there. And 9 from Todak is already down, but backup might take a while to get there.
Yeah, meanwhile, they're already sending Haidami to be making claims for the moment. The zone now shifting in. I'm not sure if Todak's going to decide to go in for the safe, as Cleon is still on wheels. So he's just going to be turning to look for a safer location, as Huzaifa has already claimed the life of 9. Over back to members of Todak, finding it really difficult to journey their way through the cores of Miramar. It's always going to be pretty rocky to drive around. Always helpful to have a buggy for full speed journeys. Meanwhile, Leo Esports are happy to take it slow. They spot out members from the side of the Savior. And Leo's also not going to be making advancements just yet. There's still a minute and a half for them to make a decision. So nothing too drastic for the moment, because honestly, throughout this valley, there's not really that many safe space to play, because somewhere towards the middle is all flat ground. Unless if you're coming from water treatment, there is some form of terrain to hide out. Meanwhile, HORAA Esports, that's where they're at. Over on the top end of the hill, trying to gatekeep the rest of Geek Fam from moving in. But they will be able to book the center, and they drive directly into the treatment area.
Yeah, Biggest and Red Aliens has been eliminated. They've gone back to space. So we'll see them in the next rounds to come. Now, going back to HORAA Esports, I guess it's a good location. They have that high ground advantage compared to the rest of the other teams here. And I think they spotted one of the players coming from Geek Fam. But anyway, the Savior, they're trying to make it rain nades up against Todak here. They are holding 2 angles. They're on a split here, Lamborghini and Nadity together in one spot, and I don't think... Todak is in a very vulnerable position here. I mean, they don't have any cover at all, and it's easy for the teams here to just throw nades.
And not only that, they're surrounded by 3 other squads at the very same time.
No.
Now it's going to be Sky that will be spotted out by Damrud, as Geek Fam's late advancement into this side of the hill of water treatment have been rewarding them with a little bit of a pickoff. And Sky still finds Sonics as well. So that is going to be very tough for teams to be able to really take claims for now. Sky takes over the top, and this could very well be a good chicken dinner for HORAA if they play their cards right. But here comes the rest of Team Flash as well. They are taking 2 parts of the valley. A few members still over onto the southern end, whereas Lamborghini and Paragon, they go to work. They slowly shut down Todak, which was in the worst of position.
Okay, so HORAA Esports might have a compound, but I think that compound is directly exposed to Team Flash, just because Team Flash is actually above them. So Team Flash could potentially shut down HORAA Esports from that position. But anyway, we're going to go back to that one, because HORAA Esports now challenging up the Savior Lamborghini with a drop shot, using an UMP nonetheless, not a T with a DBS, and you know how brutal DBS when it comes to CQC. High damage is not done just yet. He could shut down 2 players from D-Savior if he can actually defend himself. Now, nice pick right there. Unfortunately, he's getting damaged with all of those spray coming from Natty T. It's just about a matter of time here before one of them goes down.
But there's still other teams also wrapping around the corners against DX, so he will have to take safe refuge inside of the compound. HYPEREV has done this clutch before. Once again, this is another exciting meetup between them as well as DX. The last bout in ERANGEL, it seems like it will be another win for the side of Leo Esports, with HYPEREV once again being the hero of this skirmish.
Oh my gosh, that was like a super hyped up charge coming from HYPEREV. He just became like an apex predator right there. The way that he actually moved forward and eliminated player coming from D Savior is just like, you know, fascinating to watch. Oh man. But anyway, HYPEREV on the other hand, I mean, he's left all alone in this situation, and it looks like FaZe Clan was the one who wrapped things up with Leo.
Yeah, great sharp shots coming in from inside of Nine Noise. Understanding that HYPEREV is all alone, as that point will be claimed up. But wow, Cleon, despite us saying that Toadao is in a really bad position, he managed to not only survive, but turn it all around against the Savior. And that they really have to thank Leo for that, right? Because Leo kind of actually saved Toadao's lifeline there. And now they make it into the top 7. So NKT, FaZe Clan, and also I do believe it to be HORAA Esports are in really good spots right now to take control of the region. Meanwhile, a lot of straggling units all around the field, as we have a little bit of a cooldown between all the squads. Team Secret hasn't really made too much of an advancement, but Cleon, he doesn't have any cover at all. Quick picks coming in from FaZe Clan.
Yeah, that's what makes Miramar hard, because of the fact that it's such an open space, and you just have to really, I guess, take advantage of the reaches here, so that you could just take cover. That is why it's always a refuge if you find yourself in a big city, you know, inside buildings. But if you're out here in the open, oh, it's gonna be hard. But anyway, we're down to 6 teams remaining. I believe Team Flash doing a reposition, so they might clash up with Team NKT. And this is what I have been waiting for: Batman versus the Joker.
And this is where we'll see the clash in Gotham City, or should I say Miramar instead. Big Nate's now being cooked up. Bo's first one to go down. Gonna be pretty tough to go in for the revive. Mr. Joe coming in from the flank as well. Now, Batman, what has he got? When Gotham needs him, he will need to step up. But is this Gotham City? And he does find Mr. Joe. What a nade! And Bose is going to be taken out. These grenades are doing good work from both sides of the team. Joker, triple F. They're going in for a split decision right now. NKT hustling them through, but there is smokes to be deployed. And the Joker over onto the left flanks there. We'll have the God giving some really good fire to take down Kwang, but they expose themselves. Batman by Joker! Just like in the movies, the hero will be able to triumph in this battle, as NKT, they have to hightail out of this situation. The God still makes the exchange, but somehow Gosu finds him, and that will be sealed by Gosu. Batman survives, so does Team Flash.
Joker was saying, why so serious, Batman? But anyway, okay, Team NKT just got eliminated. They got nothing to do with the situation anymore, because Team Flash took that win fair and square. Now, we're down to 5 teams remaining, ladies and gents. FaZe Clan seems to be at the top of the charts here. T2K Kansa, oh man, he is on the ground courtesy of the Purple Hearts. HORAA Esports, Mr. Borrow, no fear, is throwing a lot of nades there, dropping a lot of bombs, and now T2K is nowhere to be found.
All those points were actually claimed by Team Secret instead, as they marched claim from the bottom end of the field. Trang now spots out the rest of HORAA Esports. This is going to be a tough way for HORAA to eventually move out of the way, but they will first take down another member from the side of Team Secret. There's still space for a revival, perhaps. Team Secret, they will be held back. They only got a minute left on the clock to do something about this. Meanwhile, the rest of FaZe Clan, they are undeterred. They take that gas station for themselves as a solid defense. They're just going to play for the end game, as they let both HORAA as well as Secret to take a go against each other. Now, Team Secret, despite them really taking charge of this whole region for the longest time, this time, it's going to be pretty tough, because they have not many space to go, but FaZe Clan, they finally show themselves up and they will try to pummel them down. Gosu now taken down, and with a desperate attempt coming from the side of Team Flash to move deeper into the center.
All right, I mean, it's been a long time coming for the side of HORAA Esports, and the fans are already rejoicing. They're down to just 3 teams. We are down to just 3 teams remaining here for match number 2 in Miramar. If the HORAA Esports can actually pull this off, oh man, this would be like a great win, you know, for the side of HORAA. Now we can see that they're taking their sweet time here. Team Secret, the top team in the overall rankings, will be challenging them up. Break is leading the charge here. We can see that Malik is doing a counter here up against Break, but let's see who is going to win, because HORAA Esports is managing 2 teams here.
Yeah, there's a sandwich in between. This is a very bad place to be. Venturas does get Sky with the grenade, and this is just the start of a suffering run. Trang needing a little bit of revival. So far, Trang has been phenomenal for Team Secret, as they do have a good region to control the circle. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan goes on that split, taking the spot under the kill, spots out Onsens. Onsens tries to trade back, but Mr. Faro was way quicker with the rival as well, coming from another member from side of FaZe Clan. 9noise, can he win this exchange? This duel is about to be heated up with a big thing sent this way. It does flip over onto 9noise, but there's no way they could basically pick up Onsens in the nick of time. Here comes No Fear 2. It's an all-out warfare coming in from the side of HORAA Esports, going for the push. What is going to be the deal there for Team Secret? Will they turn party? And here comes the nade! Mela out of nowhere! Will turn the tides around. Only 2 members healthy and alive from the side of HORAA Esports.
We've got a lot of nades coming from front, right, and center, and that was it. At the end of the line for HORAA Esports. They almost got that winner ticket, and unfortunately, there were 2 teams actually headed towards the same direction. They went out with 3 elimination points. Now FaZe Clan 9noise trying to make a break for it with the massive spray. Unfortunately, he got damage all too good. But you know what? This is a great exchange now coming from both of the teams here. FaZe Clan might win their first winner chicken dinner of the day, but let's see, because FaZe has the numbers. Team Secret left with only 2, but Break is already on the ground courtesy of Mala.
This is not going to be all too straightforward. Taking a look at the field, there's a lot of open spacing. Team Secret now withered down to only a player left. FaZe Clan with their full charge. The patience paid off. They spot Max LV, and that is just not going to cut it. Max, maybe he's just wait out for the play zone to devour him, to deny those points, but 9noise is already taking charge. He's got a nade in hand. He's going to find a beautiful toss if he could. 3 grenades. What could Max LV do? Could this be a clutch? He's trying to spot out Mela. He does some tick damage, but that is not going to be enough. That big bang from 9noise, and Mela will be able to secure chicken dinner for FaZe Clan.
Team Secret again almost caught that winner chicken dinner. Fortunately, they're for the side of Thailand. Oh man, they said enough is enough. We're gonna get that winner chicken dinner for us. It's a set of matches, so that was an effective strategy all throughout the gameplay from the get-go. They were pretty strong, and FaZe Clan now just ripping their hard work and putting on their crown for this Miramar match.
That's right, and FaZe Clan, it's been a long time coming. We were expecting FaZe Clan to have really high impact in the first couple of days, but they were just trying to find their rhythm, and the Thai teams have absolutely gotten it right here in Miramar. So far, you know, it has been a very dominant affair between both the Thai teams as well as teams coming in from Vietnam, with Vietnam usually taking the glory, but in this calculated matchup, FaZe Clan knew exactly what to do. As much as they were holding on to that defensive position, once the number of players decreases from the field, they understand that it's time for them to take claim, because they already scouted out ahead that the flat ground's not going to have any foreign players. So Sky and the rest of HORAA Esports must be over on the top of water treatment, which is where they applied that pressure. Same goes to Team Secret. They did exactly the same as well. So within all these exchanges, FaZe Clan have managed to win the trade, but it wasn't without any form of casualties too, because it was a very tough fight to the very tail end of that match.
Yeah, it was a pretty hard position coming from HORAA Esports. I mean, they got sandwiched in between FaZe and Team Secret. I mean, they were really putting in that, firepower up against two teams, but it wasn't really enough. But again, this is just the second match of the day. I mean, there's plenty more chances to go for all of the teams here. But of course, Team Flash, Team Secret, FaZe Clan, as well as HORAA Esports are the teams that did so well for Miramar.
Yep, and once again, Team Secret have definitely rise up to the occasion when it comes down to really bagging plenty of elimination points. And Trang was the one to really take a lot of claim throughout the course of the run. But it's great to actually see Mela to also be up here with, of course, his signature pose once more. 600 over damage coming in from the side of FaZe Clan, with 3 points being back right in, and with him also landing the final tap. And the MVP will be Nine Noise. He's always in the mix. You saw him really supplementing what Onsens did by taking on the rest of HORAA Esports.
I'm thinking of a movie here wherein they could actually control robots with an AI, I guess. It stars Hugh Jackman. And I do wonder if that robot is actually named Nine Noise.
Honestly, I ain't too sure, so we'll have to ask the man himself where his name actually comes from. But in match 20, I think that we've had a lot of incredible stats coming in. HORAA Esports actually had the longest travel distance to be able to wrap up into the North Point, which really gotten them into a really great position overall inside of water treatment. So big step up coming in from Team HORAA, as we will take a look at the charts right now. 20 points for FaZe Clan, 15 for Team Secret, and 10 for Team Flash to make the top 3.
Oh, okay, I remember now. It's from Real Steel, Noisy Boy. Okay, there you go. But anyway, getting back into the tournament, it's FaZe Clan again with 20 points. As for the team that didn't score anything, that would be Morph Team. And again, it's not so good for this Indonesian team, but I do hope they can make a great comeback here. But so far, so good for the side of the Nepalese team here. I mean, it's a slow burn, but and the score on the board is not that, the gap is not that wide. So I think they can still make up for it. They can still catch up with the numbers here, but again, they will just have to find, I guess, more determination in winning those chicken dinners. But as for the stats, okay, 336 for the longest elimination distance set up by Trang of Team Secret. For the throwables used, it's 213, which is, I think, still average. I do expect it to still go high up. For the airdrops, nobody even dared to actually go in for that crate.
Yeah, look at that situation. It's a death sentence, right? There's just so much of an open space, so it's understandable why Team Secret finishes top 2 in that match and maintains their number 1 spot at the moment with 137 points. But FaZe Clan, after that chicken dinner, they are slowly making their mark into the top 8 as well. Currently plays 7, and Pandem also played very aggressively, so they still managed to make certain advancements, which means that plenty of teams are being pushed down into the second page.
Oh man. Yeah, but again, I'm already interested on those teams that are part of the third page here. Okay, Boing Donkey with 58, they are currently at the 16th spot. So let's check which team actually landed on the 17th and how many more points do they need so that they can be included in the top spot. Okay,
well,
waiting for it to turn.
Well, we'll definitely have to take a look at this. Bigatron Ray Aliens is still unmoved, but HORAA Esports, now they are also inching closer to Bigatron Ray Aliens. This is where they really have to worry. I thought that Bigatron Ray Aliens, after putting back their main roster, they'll be able to get a whole lot more, but they were obviously overwhelmed in that past matchup in Miramar. Now, A1 Esports wasn't exactly part of this match alongside with ASI8, so we expect them to also make drastic measures heading into the matchup. So with that said, of course, we will be giving you guys a lot more action in a moment's time. We'll go for a short break and we'll be right back for more. here we are getting ourselves ready for our third match of the evening. You are with us here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. It's Red Queen alongside with Contra to accompany you throughout this whole Sunday run. Thank you for staying with us throughout the course of the break and also for the entirety of the tournament. If you guys are here from day one, of course, make some shout out in the comment out there. We absolutely do love all of you. So make sure if you guys are new here and you want to be up to speed or know when the next tournament is happening or the current tournament is running, just hit that sub button and drop us a like. So all you have to do is just pretty simple, and we will bring you even more amazing teams in the upcoming tournament. But we focus on to our semifinals here in the showdown. We're moving back into ERANGEL with very different teams on the block.
Oh yeah, and if you want to be up to speed, don't forget to level up your PUBGM experience with GearUP Booster. Experience lower and stable ping with reductions up to 50 ping and 0 packet loss on all devices. We've got mobile, we've got PC and console. So the description is already, the link is already at the description, and also it's pinned down there in the comment section, so it's easier for you guys. Now we're actually on match number 21. We're going to have our second ERANGEL right now. It's going to be groups B and C this time.
That's right, and once again, we're going to be going for another prediction. Now, I do see a really good form coming in from Step 9, and I think that they have already gotten a very good understanding on how all the other teams play already in this particular lineup. But the only problem is that all these teams are really starting to show up with very strong statements of their own. So I'll still root for the boys of Step 9 to see if they can get another chicken dinner for today. So yes. I wonder who's going to be able to get it by the end.
You know what? It's funny because I'm actually looking at the comment section, and one of them says that BTR needs resurrection. You know what? I believe you, man. Perhaps, you know, they're playing with the original roster right now because we've seen Zuxi, we've seen Satar actually play during the previous round. So perhaps they can be as the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse once again. So I'm going to lock in BTR Red Aliens.
All right. Trot, you were really close to the call on Team Secret on last match, not gonna lie. And they believe that RRQ will continue on a winning streak. Yesterday they got 2 chicken dinners, so maybe this could be a really good news with, of course, production support for the Paco and Co to be able to get another one in the bag. So Group B versus Group C is definitely very tactical when it comes down to the way that they do approach fights as compared to, you know, a lot of all these Group A players. They are just always going for those close quarter, that all-in kind of showdown. So I wonder if this is going to be a little bit more chill as compared to what we saw back in our first game. But I could be proven wrong any given moment.
Yeah, honestly, we're back in ERANGEL, so there's going to be a lot of drop clashes, but that's what makes it fun, I guess, because you do expect, you know, some teams to have some sort of like alteration or like a backup plan. If things are not working out for you, you do expect them to choose another area, but no, you know, up until the end, they're gonna defend that. They're gonna defend their favorite location, and they're gonna do that over and over again through the course of this entire tournament.
That's right, and I believe that HORAA Esports is taking a break, so they won't be the one making too many noise around the area of Yasna Pollyanna. But when they do come back later on into Miramar, they have such a good showing. I believe they will offer a whole lot more. So fans, you guys just gotta continue on to support some of all the best teams out there here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. We're going into match 3 in ERANGEL here for our Sunday bout, and let's take a look at the flight path real quick, as this could potentially give a very difficult challenge for some of these teams. And with it starting from Zarki, moving into towards the North Point, I think a lot of cities are being cut off over on the south side.
You're right. There's plenty of space down south. So those teams who love to actually get close to Ferry Pier, Primors, I think they will have to get vehicles with them. Or we're not sure if they're going to choose to drop in another location. Perhaps we won't see any teams drop around military base, because that could be that could be really risky there. But then again, the fortune favors the boldest, like we always say. And of course, we are going to wait where the initial circle will land, because that would be the one dictating the tempo. But most of the teams now had already opened up their parachutes. Team Flash is probably headed towards this 9, if I'm not mistaken. But Tribe and Romacy, okay, I can see at least 3 teams that are headed towards Yasnaya Polyana.
Yeah, it seems like certain teams have definitely went for an alternative drop. 7-9 are the usual occupiers of 70, but they did lose out a trade against T2K. They will respect that stance because they are playing for a win here. So that is absolutely respectable, as they are taking North George, but they will have to share it alongside with FaZe Clan though. And as we do take a look at the rest of the field, there's plenty of crowd around the area of farm, around the area of Milta, as well as shelter. So expect battles to take place. Huang from Team Flash immediately spots something out, and that's going to be a bit of a trade. Here once again in Yasnaya, one team to another. It's A1 Esports falls to the ground, but they do take down 2 members of the side of Team Flash.
So I guess we could see like 2 versions happening, at least in ERANGEL. A1 Esports always is battling with HORAA, but right now it's going to be Team Flash. And oh my goodness, the moment that they actually landed in Yasnaya, it was all like, an exchange. And so far, A1 actually was the first team to be losing members, and that was it. That was like a domino effect here. And it seems to me that Yasnaya has already been taken by Team Flash. And the good news about this is the fact that they survived that clash unscathed. I mean, they're still a complete team.
They are, and it honestly was very close. A1 Esports brought them down to size, did a chunk of damage, but once you're also handling this situation all alone, it can either go either ways, right? So I guess like A1 Esports, they really got to think about alternative plans. Like, you can't always go in fighting inside of Yasnaya.
I know, right? I mean, something's not working out right, so I guess they need to go back to the drawing board, because nothing is really going their way, to be honest. I mean, since day one, they haven't really picked up the pace here. I mean, sure, they do kind of get aggressive from time to time, but it's a slow burn for them. They're not really improving their status in the overall rankings. And now, checking out Aegon I8, we've got IQQ here on your screen, and he manages to actually get 1 point under his name here. It's an early start as well for Aegon I8, because they already have like 2 elimination points. And Team NKT in another part of town is also having a conflict right there. I'm not sure which team they're trying to have a go at it. Probably will check that in a while. But here is the map overview, ladies and gents. We've got quite a number of teams already inside the safe zone. But as for Team NKT, 52 Esports, Todak, they're coming from the east side. But just check out the teams that are right at the edge of the circle here. Probably coming from Rozak would be the boards of BTR. And this is a potential clash right here up against RRQ.
Yeah, it could very well happen in a moment's time. So looking at the current situation as well, this is going to be a wide area that Morph has to cover from the fields of Gatka. So I do hope that they are ready to take on some of all these teams much later on. Whereas over on the north side, it's absolutely crowded. FaZe Clan, they are very familiar with playing around that region. The Thai teams absolutely do love playing on that western plain. So we're just going to see how this could potentially be a good run for either side of the party. Was Roy, what will be their stance here? Because things have not really worked out the best, but now that they do enjoy the remedy of having to be in some of the safest part of the map, I believe a good ending of a top 5 is within reach, so long as they don't overaggress. They just have to be very, very patient into how they approach this. Then things will be looking pretty good.
You know what? I feel like RQ is going to have the same tactics here. Both BTR and RQ, I feel like they're headed towards the top of the Gaka Mountain once again. They are in parallel with each other. They're actually driving their vehicles, and they're about to come up that mountain. Morph team, they're a bit scattered around the area as well, but FaZe seems to have the same idea because they're headed towards, the same direction. So probably all the three teams that I mentioned would have a clash and would have a fight on who will be king of that Gatka mountain once again.
Yeah, it seems like it's a deja vu moment for all of us here. But looking at the rest of the field, I think that they've already understood how exactly to play out these kind of scenarios as well. So I won't be too worried about how they will be able to eventually get some good maneuvers off. So looking at the rest of the pack, though, joining in a little bit late is going to be a cause of concern. As BTR this time, they will rather play the lower ground instead. They don't want to rush into any unfavorable moments.
Mhm.
Therefore, looking at the plays of FaZe Clan, they are also hoping to be playing around the mountains as
Ooh.
well. But wow, what a pickoff coming from Vexy as they do take on Superboy. It's deja vu, literally. These were the solo players fighting for a chicken dinner, and yet again, they meet.
Yeah. I mean, Superboy has taken a kryptonite bullet once again. I mean, that's the reason why he's probably knocked down, but I think he's been shipped back to the lobby now. Voin, Donkey, Vexy is on the ground, so they're operating with just 3 members here. Not quite sure exactly where they are positioned, but I guess this fight is happening up north. T2K might join into the mix as well, so this could be a 3-way battle.
Very well so, and here we go. Dap now brought down. Zeta quick with those taps, but they are very low. They gotta watch out for Boboho coming with a flank of his own. Zeta now pops another grenade. This side of the hill has always seen a couple of battles, and this is gonna be tough for the side of Bobo to even dodge that grenade, but it doesn't seem like it was necessary. But Boy and Donkey, they win this northern trade yet again.
Man, not a good sight for Sem9. As they have just been eliminated with 0 points. Oh man, not the way you would want to go out the game. But anyway, down to 14 teams remaining, ladies and gents, and still we are at stage 1, but a few minutes into the game, we've seen, fights happen. A1 already out of the game, Sem9 out of the game. Morph now just lost 2 of their members, and we've got 7 more seconds on the clock before, of course, the zone closes in, and we've got a Tribe Aeromacy coming from Stauber area, and they might collide with Team Flash because they are actually right just behind them. But then again, it's a long way getting into the safe zone, and there's still, a couple of teams here that are outside, like T2K and Void Donkey here. And it seems to me that, the kill feed is lighting up a bit here because some of the players from Void Donkey is actually getting picked up.
Yeah, and this is just going to open up some spacing for certain teams as well to just journey their way across. Meanwhile, whoever's on that mainland as compared to the north is going to be having a field day out. Meanwhile, it seems like it's a really, really tough spacing for them to even play through for most part that are coming from the north. Joker and the rest of NKT, they take good control over onto the north point, but T2K, they do have a safe region, but they might meet up with BTR. The rest of Todak still over onto the Pachinki Hills. So this is definitely got to be a little bit daunting of a task to keep everybody else at bay. Meanwhile, Gatka has plenty of space, so they will slowly seek out opportunities.
Yeah, and Tribe Aeromacy is still not engaging in any fights whatsoever. They are really holding on to that late gameplay. T2K has taken control of the northern side, so they are currently the kings of the north. Right, we remember. Okay, Team Flash is actually close to them. Todak and BTR is also within proximity here. Team NKT, okay, I do believe they're about to have an encounter here up against Morph Team. If Morph Team actually decides to crash this compound, but I think they're having second thoughts because they are headed away. But you know what, Hazel? Never mind that one. I think he would want to sneak an attack here. He is already on prone, so we all know that he doesn't want his footsteps to be heard. But NKT is definitely on high alert.
Yeah, we saw that drive-by happen, and I was just pretty intrigued on how they are also taking up this fight, considering the fact that they don't necessarily have to do so. Meanwhile, the rest of the squads are looking to be pretty much safe and sound within the region of Gatka, but no advancements being made just yet.
Okay, this is tricky, Contra. Joker
Very.
and Joe is just right there, not moving a muscle at all. They would want to keep Morph Team, of course, guessing as to where they are exactly. But okay, I'm waiting for Morph Team to actually cook up their nades and just like flush them out of that house. But okay, I don't understand. Okay, now I don't get it. Why did NKT leave that house? Did they think that Morph Team actually left the scene?
Perhaps so. NKT not really in the best of area of play as well. Whereas there's also ASI8 that's going to be moving into the area, which is actually a good move, considering the fact that they can play for a deeper one if they did manage to get some good challenge. And playing by the heel side will give them a little bit more of that coverage of what's really happening around the center. Team Morph, they got nothing to offer in that skirmish, so that was pretty much done and dusted in a jiffy.
But NKT did a wonderful job actually defending that house. I mean, I almost thought that Morph could actually win that fight just because they can throw in like a nade or a molly there to try and flush them out. But it seems to me like, you know, Team NKT has shown great display of their reflex there. And now they were able to set up a total of 3 elimination points for themselves. Although they already have 2 casualties, but I think they still have a fair chance of actually getting to the latter stage of the game here. But then again, Boing Donkey spotted them out. They probably heard those gunshots and would want to assume this point. So they are now split. And it could be hard for them to actually defend their position right now.
It looks to be so. Well, heading into this corner map, there's just so many teams coming from the south side. NKT still indecisive. One Donkey is going to be driving by. This could be a big fight erupting. Mr. Joe pretty much stuck all by himself. They spot that vehicle. They know that somebody's in there. So it's going to be a full flush. And I'm certain that Mr. Joe can only do so much in this position.
Oh, man. Okay, but that was a good try, though. I mean, we're talking about 2 players, I mean, about to rush you. But Potato was able to shut one of them down, so that was just a good follow-through coming from Zeta here. The God might not engage. He might prioritize getting inside the circle. He does have a vehicle here, but I think, he would want to avenge his fallen comrades here, Contra, so I guess he's trying to find a spot here that could best work for him to try and take down Void Donkey in this situation. But of course, it can be overwhelming because we're talking about 3 more members coming from VD here, and I guess they are will be hunting, you know, for that last remaining player. Oh, or not, because Aegon I8 just arrived in the scene.
Yeah, it's good to actually hightail out of that, but where can they really go to? The further they drive, they'll run into FaZe Clan as well as RQ Ryu, which will be the next battle. They will be a little bit more happy to take that fight into a safer area of play, but considering the rest of the field to be pretty elusive for now, I wonder how much info does the rest of Falling Donkey actually has. But look at the circle, it does favor them after all. So they have a compound, they can play it safe, they don't really have to do anything too drastic.
You know what? The top dogs is not moving at all. I mean, BTR is still up there north, and T2K is passing by. They're on the road here. Will they do a spray or perhaps like give them warning shots? I don't think so. They let them drive by, so I guess they're headed towards RRQ right now. Okay, here comes Rolls now. Pulls up his M416. Igneous got knocked down by Fnatic here. So this is an exchange we've all been waiting to see. No mercies right behind them. He's been taking some damage, but Rolls! Oh no, not looking too good for the side of Train to kill because 2 of them already got knocked down. So RQ remains to, of course, show us how tough they are in the battlefield.
Yeah, and they don't really have to fully commit into the battle at the very same time. You could just wait for T2K to expend some of all these resources and just slowly cut them down to size later on. All they have to do, put some pressure, drop a couple of nades, and eventually seek for a little bit more. Meanwhile, the rest of the field seems to be corralled into the western side as well. DRS finding a little something. Same goes to AST. Select battles happening up north.
Yep.
Whereas Team Flash will have some really tough time to cut in. Meow Meow is going to be taken down. Zuxi with a beautiful shot coming from the top side. Now, what are they about to do with this form of a trade? As the nades have been dodged, almost clipping over on the back of the member of AST as Zuxi is closing in. And the rest of AST responded by taking down Zuxi. Satar now goes in for a trade. Is it going to be enough time to even go for much of a saving with Satar? 1 versus 2. He's still doing some damage here, dancing all around, but he is going to be overwhelmed with all the bullets sent his way.
Oh man, I always thought that Tribe Eramacy will get knocked out of the game considering the fact that they left Incus outside of the zone. So that was the, Incus was the anchor. So just in case 3 of the players of Tribe Eramacy did not make it, up against BTR, Incus is the one that will make sure that they get, into the last few stages of the game. But Incus just got found out by FaZe Clan and he was eliminated by FaZe. And fortunately for those 3 players of Tribe Eramacy, they were able to eliminate a Bigatron Red Aliens. Now, moving into Todak, 2 elimination points, 9 getting picked up by Iftar here, but they are being surrounded right now by Aegon I8 as well as 52 Esports.
Oh boy, this is just getting worse and worse in these stances for the side of AST. Couldn't really find a way out. Iftar is the only one left. Todak is still trying to push right through. ASIA does not find the mark. Immediately popping the 8 as there is going to be a lot more of a party coming in from the side of 52 Esports. Todak somehow pulling heroics, but that doesn't seem to be all too clear cut. Cleon still left at the back will be claimed. Todak can only last for so long as 52 has cleared the passage over on the south, and they will be able to play for so much more.
That was a good steal kill, coming from the side of 52 Esports. I mean, Aegon IA did all the work, but only to be swept by 52 Esports. So they're like vultures, right? But anyway, FaZe Clan now going up against Team Flash. We've got Bows on the ground. 3 elimination points bagged by the Cape Crusader here. Mela getting in some shots coming from Batman as well. He's right behind this haystack. Unfortunately, Batman is a bit slow in the trigger there. So he was the one that got shut down from that exchange. Now here comes Ventoris with an S12K. Brutal gun to use in a CQC because it can really get to you down on your knees. 8 teams remaining, ladies and gents. Team Flash remains to be alive, but they are left with just 1 player.
For now, every team is just taking a very defensive hold. It's such a tough space to play here in Gatka. Every corner of the field will have a team. Maybe a little bit more clear over onto somewhere around the north as well as south with 52 Esports taking claim of majority of the region. But Roy Esports is currently in the center of it all. FaZe Clan deploy the Lost Smokes in order to cut right by. Maybe they are looking to deal with the rest of Team Flash. And once they manage to do that, I mean, Kwang is all alone. This is Nate being charged up in the case where if Ansys actually pops over on the corner. He's got so little health left. He's going to drop that grenade. He does not catch into anyone. Great notion from FaZe Clan to just avoid the area entirely and to be blown out. So Kwang will be taken down. 7 plays for the side of Team Flash, but at least they walk away with 3 eliminations.
Yeah, it's a great performance still. But yeah, 3 elimination points, not bad at all. Team RQ. On your screen, ladies and gents. Okay, they're taking care of business. They got 1 point coming from Voin Donkey. Actually, they already have 2 elimination points. Now we're looking at Crispy here, aka Nerpeco. Okay, I see you, man. But we're switching into Voin Donkey here. 5 elimination points, and they're headed towards 52 Esports. Oh, we might see a car chase happen here, like cups and rubbers. But Voin Donkey Zayton right now trying to escape with his life here, but his vehicle is already on smokes.
Oh boy, this is just going to be a rough run coming in from inside. Voin Donkey tries to infiltrate but does not really find the mark just yet. Oh, Juke is really holed up, but there's still more to come.
Man.
Voin Donkey Mineral will be able to take over 6 points in from the side of the Indonesian side. And Voin Donkey today has been looking to be so great on their approach. But hovering into this area of play, Gatka it's just got so many bullets flying all over to their edge. Roy now sends one member to go in for the challenges. This is a shack of death, and that nade is going to be popped right in. It's gotta be having the happy feet, and eventually the shots will connect. Roy Esports now into a beautiful top 5.
I mean, seriously, where are you gonna go? Where are you gonna go from that situation? I mean, everyone's throwing nades at your direction, so I mean, clearly you gotta know how to dance, but you got no space. To the love from T2K is currently on the ground here. Porsche as well, so we're left with 2 players active for the side of Roy Esports. Potentially, they could shut down FaZe Clan. That is a good shot right there coming from Tusk. What a way to do a comeback here, but then again, they still need to show more teeth. They need to show their fangs. They need to show their horns. Whatever it is that they need to show, they need to be aggressive. They need to be apex predators here just to make sure that they get enough points to get included in the top 16. We are now down to our final 5 teams, ladies and gents. We are at stage 6. RQ is still alive, so production might get another point for their prediction.
Same goes to FaZe Clan, who have just won the chicken dinner back in Miramar as well. Like, these 2 teams are really picking up the pace as well. 52 Esports, as I've said many times before, they have looked really good in ERANGEL, always within that top 5 ratio, but now getting a lot of attention coming from the side of Roy Esports, being denied any form of entry. Great knock over onto the member of from the side of Roy Esports, as they are sending a little bit more of these efforts to deny them any more of that space on that buggy. That's not going to be any safe refuge. I don't think they could actually walk out alive.
Ooh, nice spray there coming from Noaz. Yeah, Noaz. I mean, he's putting a lot of pressure, great deal of pressure up against 52 Esports. I mean, it is difficult for them to actually move in. All right, but again, this is not a very good spot. Not the ideal spot that you would want to be in, but at least it has some covers, right? I mean, it protects them from RQ. We've got also FaZe Clan right in front of them. Rolls is still alive coming from T2K. So yeah, I mean, this is opening up Pandora's box.
Yes, it is. And, you know, what's also interesting, other than this fight that's been taking place between Roy as well as 52, is that RQ as well as T2K, they met up so early by the chopstick drainage, which I would say could have actually been a big fight early on, but they didn't commit. Now they find themselves into the top 5. They are going to clash later on too, because they have already got that info. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan, they are also picking apart 52 Esports, being the third party in the scene, with Roy as well as FaZe Clan focusing fire. 52 Esports is kind of stuck by the edge, and their vehicles are slowly smoking up. So I'm not too sure if it's still going to be a good run for them, but no matter what, they will need to find even more points to add up to the tally. FaZe Clan so far looking to be the strongest out there with 7 elimination points. Turulov now picks onto Fnatic. So there is going to be casualties there by the Drench.
I mean, it's really inevitable. I mean, RQ is pretty close with T2K, so the fight needs to happen right now. Crispy with an amazing shot there with a nade. Rhodes is on the ground. Kanta, of course, will try to save his teammate here. He's been popping up a lot of smoke there to try to conceal their location. And I guess they could work, you know, right behind this concrete wall here, but they needed to hurry up because RQ is about ready to devour them in this situation. I mean, we've got one player already pretty close. I mean, that would be Crispy, I think, and T2K one by one dropping like flies.
And here comes the full flush coming in from side of RQ. With full confidence, they are looking for True Love. They managed to see him cutting across, but he has his head sticking out. RQ will now make it into the top 4, sending T2K out. As we continue on, FaZe Clan also receiving a little bit of trade. Ventura so far very, very sharp in this matchup together with Mela. And this could potentially be a back-to-back win if they do take on the rest of RRQ. The problem for RQ is that they cannot step out of the drains. Meanwhile, a full set coming in from the side of 52 Esports. They finally made the call. They're pushing through. Mela needs to deal with it all alone as it brings them down. Oh, with the getting into the smoke, they will eventually recuperate. 52 Esports, desperate attempt, but not finding anything at all.
Oh my goodness, FaZe Clan is looking too good as well. I mean, are you okay? Left with just 3 members, right? I mean, Asa is far away from the rest of the team here. I think they're, for safekeeping. He is letting Crispy and No Mercy handle the battles just for now, but he'll definitely join into the mix in just a while. But just look at how many elimination points set up by FaZe Clan right now. It's 10 points in total. Now, 52 Esports got eliminated, but they went out with 5 elims, so that is still a pretty decent number if you're going to ask me. But we're talking about the final 3 teams remaining here. We've got Thailand, we've got Indonesia, and we got Vietnam.
And Roy Esports, despite only having 2 members left, they are still putting in the herd against both RQ as well as FaZe Clan, being the major difference maker. And if things really go well, we might even expect RQ to meet up with the rest of FaZe Clan.
Yes.
And Roy Esports could still be within that contest, but the nades are already flying in. FaZe Clan wants to deal with what's in the shack, opening up the Pandora's box, it seems. Nepeko now taking a very deep move into the vegetations. So I really wonder if he's going to be able to be sneaky enough to catch any of these FaZe Clan members out, because they're running hot, dropping those grenades, not finding the mark against Roy Esports.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe Clan, just look at that. They're throwing nades in the wrong direction. I mean, Roy is in the other shack, guys, but you know what? It is pretty amazing performance coming from Roy here. I mean, they are trying to hold on for dear life. They're barely hanging here, but they are still alive. That is what is important. But you know what? They're trying to counter still and trying to be successful with all those nade attacks against the FaZe Clan. Mela's getting hit. We've got Nine Noise getting hit. Onsen doing a massive spray here, and Roy is not really making it easy for FaZe Clan to actually eliminate them.
My, so many missed attempts overall, and eventually RRQ is just gonna have the last laugh. Like, they didn't have to participate, just let them take each other out, and then when push comes to shove, you take a look at the minimap as well. RRQ, they conquered the majority of the region, and FaZe Clan, they're all funneled towards the south. There's just no good way to go about this, so it's all really down to the trades. Who can finally open the account here? Roy had got nothing left to offer, but good top 3 for Roy to bounce back up. Fake nades now dropping the other side of Nine Noise. Onsen's really close by. They got to walk away from that nade range and now find themselves by the very corner of the map. This could easily be an RRQ game.
You know what makes this very effective on the side of RQ is the fact that Asa actually monitored the whole situation. He knows exactly where FaZe Clan will be coming from. And RQ, they have that knowledge. Knowledge would always be power here. We've got No Mercy cooking up that nade. He's about to throw it up against Nine Noise. Nine Noise has taken a great deal of damage here. He needs to heal himself up because here comes another nade. Oh man, he's also hanging in there, barely alive. Now No Mercy will seal it with his 3rd nade.
And that is way too predictable coming in from the side of Nine Noise. Mela now spotted out too. Damage being done towards the side of the Nepeko. And here we have Onsens trying to pull off a Hail Mary, but RRQ Ryu will not be denied. 3 chicken dinners here in ERANGEL.
Hey gosh, production got another point from us again, Contra. And just look at the smirks on their faces, ladies and gents. I mean, Nurpeka says it all. His reaction says it all. His picture says it all. Like, hey, what are you guys looking at? We are Team RQ here, and we are about to destroy you.
The Kings of Kings is here to stay with 3 chicken dinners. We'll definitely see them in the grand finals. With that level of performance that they've just displayed to us, it is just so crazy, right? Like, for most part, they were playing by the drains, which usually you use it as a defensive cover, which of course they did. And when certain teams do so, they will lack that form of information playing around that field of Gatka. But the way that they did it was really smart, where once the dust settles from the south, they had a lot more area of cover as well as play. When they can start emerging towards the top side, they first take out T2K and also pressure the rest of FaZe Clan to move aside. Honestly, I do question the advancement of FaZe Clan towards ROY Esports. That isn't exactly their biggest threat. They should have actually spread out a little bit more to claim a lot more land to deal with RRQ in order to have any form of hope into this match. But it is what it is. We still get ourselves some amazing action of fights taking place throughout the field, and FaZe Clan, they have a lot of frags to book out of this round too. So despite RQ Ryu securing the chicken dinner, we might even see FaZe Clan to claim more points. So we just really have to wait for the results standings to see who actually has the better run.
Yeah, perhaps that could be the case. But just looking back at the situation just a while ago, I mean, FaZe Clan, I feel like they opted to actually push for Roy because they know that they're inside that small shack or somewhere in between that area. And as for RQ, man, they're scattered. They're so far away from each other. They're holding off a lot of angles there, which is, I guess, what made their attack so effective up against FaZe. But just like as you called it, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, RQ remains to be unfazed. You know, they were unbothered. Again, they were clear on how they monitored the whole situation with FaZe and ROY Esports, and I guess that's what makes their attack so effective.
Yeah, it's super potent, as they were very precise on what their objectives are. Like, you already have the claim of the circle. You just basically cut portions of the map, follow them into the very tight corner, since FaZe Clan was looking for a push. And FaZe Clan thought that it's going to be them claiming members of the side of Roy for free. Apparently not exactly the case. But Venturas, with an impeccable record of 1,001.
Are you kidding me?
And of course, there's 1,001 ways where we could obviously be big fan of this guy, because he's been there since season 0. Like, I've always seen Venturas around, and he has been the face of FaZe Clan. Yeah, that's a tongue twister right there. But Mela also being one of the top performer with the equal amount of elimination alongside with his brother Venturas. We also see Nepeko and Batman to have gotten a good grasp of the game.
Venturas, Mela, Nurpeko, Batman, they all look like anime characters for me, especially Mela. I mean, just look at the stance there. Look at the pose. It reminds me of Slam Dunk. I don't know if you guys have heard of Slam Dunk, but that's the guy with the glasses, you know, that always does great things. And that is Mela for you guys. But anyway, match rankings, ladies and gents. Again, RQ banging on their chest here with a total of 20 points. Pretty balanced right there. I mean, the golden ratio as we speak about getting those LMs and replacement points at the same time. Followed closely by FaZe, of course, the 3-point difference. The 52 Esports with 9. And as for the teams that are kind of on the edge here, is Morph, BTR, DRS, A1, and Sem9. You know what? Honestly, I really thought that Bigatron Red Aliens will kind of step up for this round, considering the fact that they are not playing with the original roster. So I do believe that they'll transform into the beast that we know they are. Yeah, they are playing with their main squad at the moment, but it seems like they haven't really found any form of a footing throughout the course of the day.
but there's still more of these matches for them to really get accustomed to. I do believe that BTR does seem to be a little bit more well versed when it comes down to Miramar run. So let's see if they're going to be able to do that later. So here are some of the stats that we do have with T24 of 52 Esports. They have the longest shot out there. And looking at the side of 52 Esports, it was so sad that they had to make a desperate call because Roy Esports were really piling that pressure against them. They had to full send it against FaZe Clan. They couldn't really deal with Mela, and it is what it is. RQ Ryu with those 3 chicken dinners that have been won in ERANGEL now find themselves in top 4. FaZe Clan also following closely as well with them 104 points. This is the 100-pointer club that we have with 6 teams on the block, but the Savior kind of have been stunned here. For the past 2 days, it wasn't the biggest showing, which is why they are sliding down into 6.
Yeah, they're indeed sliding down, but I feel like they're gonna make up for those lost points tomorrow during the last leg of the semifinals. I mean, again, it's 16 teams, so it's a big room. But anyway, 52 Esports climbed up 1 spot, as well as Todak. It's 2 ranks in total, 74 points. They are currently at number 13. Boy and Donkey is a non-mover here with a total of 66 points and 2 winner chicken dinners. So we only need a few more points for Bigatron Red Aliens as well as HORAA Esports to kind of enter the top 16. As for Agan I8, it's still like a job well done considering the fact that they moved up 1 rank. And same thing for Roy Esports with 1 chicken dinner and 44 points in total.
Now, it's going to be a really tough call when we look into the latter half of the board. Like, big names, ASI8 as well as BTR. They are on that brink. And, of course, Nepal's favorite of HORAA Esports as well. So I hope that they can eventually make it out of there. But let's take a short break. And when we do come back, we'll be moving back into ERANGEL on our 4th match of the evening.
Welcome back to Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 7, and RQ seems to be famished as they continue on with their vicious gameplay from yesterday. This is again Red Queen, joined by Contra, and we are still your caster, serving you with all of the WWCD action from Ruthless Hype Esports.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward for this upcoming round of Miramar, because we can see that all these teams are really pushing very hard to make it into the grand finals. Make sure you tune in every single day from tonight all the way to the weekdays. Yes, on the weekdays, we understand some of you guys may have work, may have school, but you know, the timing of the matches will be exactly the same. So you guys could just, of course, tune in at your own accord, or make sure you hit that subscribe button in order to be notified as well. Not forgetting the like button as well. Now, we are moving into match 22, and so far, traditionally, when we take a look at some of the stats heading into the matchups, it's been a very dominant Thai as well as Vietnamese side hitting into the ranks of how much points that has been acquired into those Miramar bouts. But we have seen the rise of teams like Alter Ego as well. And even earlier, we see HORAA to be making a top 3 finish. So things are definitely looking to be much improved. So keep an eye out for all these heavy hitters. DX, as much as they have that explosive day one, it has looked to be slowed down by a couple of notches, I would say. So I really do wonder, you know, is it time for them to really put pedal to the metal? Because they have been sliding and sliding and sliding. If they don't do something about this, they might end up like Bigatron Red Aliens.
Perhaps, but the good thing about, you know, like Vampires and D-Savior, they're still on the first page. So again, there's still plenty of wiggle room for both of the teams here. And we still got one more day, you know, for the semifinals. So I do feel like we're going to see them really explode for the final set of matches for the semifinals. Again, they have a pretty wide gap, you know, compared to the teams that are on the second and third page for the overall rankings. So, having said that, the only team I think who is already in the mood to kind of change or shake things up, you know, for the semifinals with the Alter Ego Eras. So, I'm gonna go and take my dibs on Alter Ego.
Mine's pretty straightforward. I think Team Secret has a very amazing track record. Even on the past game, they were ranked number 2, where FaZe Clan managed to get the win. So Team Secret it is for me, because they are currently not only the top team overall, like they just know how to play out the end game. So which is why if they don't have any early game troubles, Team Secret will be guaranteed to draw close to a win.
And of course, production is flexing their muscle up against us, Contra, because they already have 2 points for the prediction. But how about you guys? Would love for you to join this little game that we have so far, and also the conversation about which of the teams here is going to be dominating the next round. And as you can see for production, they've already chosen D-Savior, despite the fact that Contra and I are already having a little banter about this Vietnamese team. That, hey, perhaps we won't be really seeing them be aggressive, at least for day number 4 of the semifinals, but we can maybe show how, or like maybe see how good they are for the final round. But of course, production will not be stopped when it comes to choosing D-Savior as their prediction for this next round.
Yeah, I think it's really about time that they will once again prove themselves to be the kings of Miramar. That was taken over by Team Flash on day 2. And speaking of which, it seems like they run out of gas. The Vietnamese side seems to have had that form of trouble in terms of performance heading into the second half of this tournament. But Team Secret, they hold no stops. It feels like they have unlimited fuel. I don't know where they get their gas from or what really motivates them, but if they continue on like this, who knows? We might even see Team Secret in the finals being the champion if they continue with this pace.
And I do believe that, you know, this day still belongs to the Indonesian team, but I would love to see at least one team representing South Asia to get a winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, I really do hope so. We had AST just the other day were getting that massive victory, but of course that was that penalty. And I'm happy, Red Queen. Today we have got none of that shenanigans. Teams have finally learned, so to speak.
Yeah. And I don't think I'm prepared to see any more teams getting, deduction points or like points getting deducted. So hopefully everyone follows the rules. And so far, everyone is doing good. So kudos to each and every one of you guys. And again, don't forget to make a lot of noise down there in the comment section. Of course, we do love for you guys to cheer for your favorite team. And of course, don't forget to hit that sub button right down there. And also, if you guys are subscribing to Ruthless Hype Esports, don't forget to show love, to your favorite casters as well. I mean, there are names down below, Red Queen Andy and Contra. You can follow us on our social media pages. We're very easy people to find. That's what I always say, during the live stream. And let's be friends.
Yeah, and of course, while we're waiting for the game to start, what you guys can do is also check out what our dear partners have in store for you, where you can download the GearUP Booster app and have lag-free experience while you play PUBG Mobile. Now, good news is we're about to kick off our fourth match of the evening, as we will dive right into Miramar shortly. So, a lot of things to expect, a lot of fights that has taken place around Minas Generalis. Even in the past game, Chumacero seemed to be a really hot spot. And also, keep an eye out on Hacienda. These are the 3 spots that we usually see those early game skirmish as we take on the Desert Dunes here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown.
Ooh, all right, here we go. Which of the teams here is gonna drop first, or which of the teams here will, of course, get the crown again for Miramar? Is it going to be RRQ? Oh man, that is a high possibility down there. Or will D-Savior wake up from their deep slumber and actually step up into the gameplay here? All right, here we go. Fly path started from around Cruz del Valle, headed towards Los Higos. Okay, everyone has tickets with them. And they've already opened up their parachutes. I can see Geek. I can see Alter Ego Eras now dropping at the same time with RQ. So let's see which area is going to be highly populated right in here.
This is pretty much a fair ground for them to play throughout the trajectory of this flight. Geek Fam's going to play a little bit more passively coming into the edge of Tierra Blanca. Meanwhile, it's going to be the usual play style that we're expecting coming out of Vampire Esports. So will they fight up against teams like T2K? I believe T2K isn't exactly in this matchup. Therefore, they won't be seen challenging Minas Generalis. Meanwhile, the RS as well as RRQ, they will settle their disputes much later on, perhaps. For now, things pretty crystal clear from what it seems.
Okay. We can hear explosions now happening. We've got Team Pandem and DRS once again, ladies and gents, inside Hacienda de Patron. We've got Noob from the Kill Feed, who is already knocked down somewhere around Miramar. We've got Achul here, just getting up a nade. Oop, okay, he changed his mind. Unfortunately, he got spotted by X here coming from DRS. DRS now with a little momentum up against Pandem. We got Maxis as well on the ground at the same time with Jay Branky.
That has been the cleanest takes coming from the side of TRS. Now needing to actually find that lurker somewhere around. And the timing was just not right for players like Achul, where that jump, it was just opening up things for X to be able to secure it. Now, with all those knocks and no revives at all, this is going to be so tough for Dimsy. He's all looked by the staircase. Shots being fired. It is all too easy. All 4 points back by Nepal.
Did you see how X was very cautious right in? I mean, he knows that there is, a player right behind that door. That is being careful. That is top notch right there. D-Savior with 2 elimination points. A-Gun, I8 seems to be on the lose again. But what a nade coming from IQQ. Nadity instantly just dropped to the ground here. And now the tables must be turning or not, because 3 of them is currently not on the ground, but they do have 3 elimination points. But we've got a lot of callers here around Los Leones. We've got A1 as well as Team Secret. So I guess we have 4 teams who is playing around Los Leones area.
Yeah, these 4 teams are just hoping to get out of this place live. Or should I say, just hold out to the area, because there is going to be a potential where it still closes into the regions of the city. Or else, if it's not here, then it very well would be Chumacera. So either prediction is pretty fair, so to speak. And if it's going to be an urban ending, it will be our very first one throughout the course of the tournament.
Falak has been put to sleep, ladies and gents. I'm not sure if it was coming from D Savior. Well, we'll find that out later on. But as for the side of A1, again, entering the game with only 3 players. K9, Hitman, Sinister, no Rowdy. So let's see how long they're going to last in this round. We've got Team Secret, as mentioned just a while ago. So as is doing that information gameplay, gathering knowledge for the rest of the team here. Of course, you don't want to go in blindly. You would want to have that intel as to where to point your guns exactly, or where your enemies are. We've got Team Secret over here at the balcony. He can spot one player coming from D Savior. We're not even sure if D Savior knows that there's Team Secret from inside this building. Now, you don't want to expose yourself. You don't want to go out there, because Team Secret will definitely get that point. Just look at that. Trigger discipline. He's luring him in. He's making it seem like, okay, there's no people in here, Patagene. Just come right in and open this door.
Well, I wasn't ready for that ASMR, but Parajin, he's just scavenging around. I think that he sensed that there is something, but he just turns a blind eye to it, but he turns all the way back. Great trigger discipline as well, being shown from the side of Max. So that's the thing about Los Leones that a lot of spectators don't exactly like, is that you have plenty of compounds to work with. Even when somebody's close, you don't always have a clear shot. So it's just to give it a sweet time. But Max LV finally sees him cutting across the road, almost getting taken out himself. Thankfully, he managed to make it through safely. But yeah, other than that, it seems like they finally have started a war in the city.
Good things come to those who wait. I mean, the amount of patience that coming from Maxis. Oh man, that was beautiful. But anyway, D Savior, it's not so beautiful because they just lost Patagene, one of their top fraggers. Break has also gotten a whiff that, okay, Nadity is over to that side, but since Nadity has also picked up that, okay, Team Secret knows exactly where D Savior is. I think he's already given up that position. They are now probably establishing a very good communication here on how to pursue the remaining players, or the teams that are also inside Los Leones. Now, check out those top 5 kills. So I don't know what happened to Brick, but that was a long drop down there.
Oh boy.
Just lost his life. But top 5 kills. Okay, Rosemary is, of course, at the top of the charts, followed by Trang of Team Secret. We've got Achulasware of Team Pandom. Baus is on the 4th place. And we've got Sheps of Vampire Esports.
Yeah, and these names will continue to add numbers to the block, while, of course, a little bit more of a quiet time since that explosion happened over on the side of Hacienda de Patron. Team Secret, though, this time will have that early game sort of challenge, but it doesn't really hinder them. Like, for most part, they have been able to remain safe throughout the course of most of their battles through the past couple of games. But this time, I guess, like, they will try to also keep their eye out for what could potentially be a tough challenge later. So we'll see in a moment on how this is gonna be working out. But for now, seems like the rest of the teams are happily just taking some space, and it doesn't seem like there's gonna be too much of a problem for either side of the party.
Oh man, Norpeco's on the ground. They're, I I think, going head-to-head with Sem9. But let's check out what's going to happen with Levi here. He's going up against A1 Esports. Let me just remind you of the fact that A1 actually is operating with 3 members, so it's going to be an exciting one. I am curious how well they're going to be performing without Rowdy in the lineup. So D-Savior, they're left with 3 players as well, so this makes it an even fight. We've got 1 player from A1 who is very low in HP here, at least 10%. But let's see if they can actually make it out alive. But for RRQ, despite being strong in the previous match, they are getting picked off by Sem9.
Yeah, Sem9 being very proactive over onto the corners of Montenegro. They are also trying to force their entry as the open fields are actually closer to Tumasera. I'm just surprised that not many teams are actually headed into that direction very early on. But now a lot of these teams that were from Los Angeles needing to leave, that is going to open a can of worms. Teams will have to fight it all the way out.
Levi's is, of course, not giving up this top spot here. I mean, it's a choke point, right? If anyone would want to, of course, try and get him, there's only, like, one way that you can actually come up on this roof. Okay, but from the kill feed, it's Leo Esports losing some members. Dami probably is already out of the game here. So, let's see what's going to happen next. Levi's continue on, just anticipating the attack coming from A1. Looking at the situation, A1 down to just 2 players. So, again, K9 won't be able to help them out. Hitman is, of course, trying to come up the stairs with, I mean, as silent as he could, you know, just to refrain from making any sounds.
Yeah, and A1 Esports carries on their journey over the top. There is, of course, footsteps that has been tracked all the way up here. So this Saber, are they going to take a leap of faith right now? Because even so, he will receive a lot of damage on the journey down south. So a little bit of a risk to take, but is it going to be worth it? Oh, they're actually sending the cavalry into the block, but Green with a grenade instantly. Hitman, perfect toss right through the outskirts, and now DX, they got to scratch their heads through this one.
Yeah, Hitman just, you know, trying to live up to his reputation. I mean, let the man cook and you will get served. Oh my goodness. A1 Esports just eliminated the rest of these saviors. So goodbye to this Vietnamese team and hello to A1, even with just 2 players here, man. I mean, they were able to set up 3 elimination points, so that is good teamwork right there. I think they were able to establish very good communication, and that's why, you know, the execution was like almost perfect, you know, almost flawless. But anyway, Team Secret going up against Geek right here. We've got Izane on the screen throwing up a nade against Break. Break taking in some damage right there. Team Secret, okay, in another side, I think, yeah, Break is already out.
Yeah, it's a really tough call out there. And that's the problem about committing into a city, right? The moment that you need to force an exit, that's where you see so many problems happen. Now, Geek Fam is also drawing close to both Vampires as well as Team Secret. And Roy's also closing in. Oh my word, this is just looking to be very tough. But today's been a really good day for Roy Esports. They have been able to secure multiple top finishes. So, hoping that they will be able to finally pull in a win. But this is still not going to be so clear-cut as it seems like it's going to be a nice setting coming up from some of the teams like Alter Ego to take on to members of Geek Fam at the moment. A1, all the way from far back, has still yet to leave Los Leones. How are they supposed to make it out safely? There is some region over in north if they want to take space.
Crypto seems to be cashing in. I mean, I just saw from the kill feed that he was able to at least drop a couple of players to whoever they're having a confrontation with. Team Secret, this is a 3-way battle, I guess, because Vampire's also trying to join into the mix here. Good shot, though, coming from Sonics. Accurate shot, because he puts Tony K down on the spot. But of course, there will be time for Vampire Esports to reset here. And this is just an effective strat coming from Rosemary with a mini 14. Shuts down one player from Geek. But then again, considering the distance that they have, there's still time to pick up their teammates. Sonics, on the other hand, caught a nade. And now already on the ground, damn rude with a massive spray. I guess that was an M249, but that is not enough. Geek fam eliminated with 1 point.
Oh boy, they're just being put into a tough space, being sandwiched in between, and now Vampire Esports is taking the high ground against Team Secret. Big lob, not to be dodged out there, no response whatsoever, but Schweppes gets traded back. Perfect execution coming from the side of SOS, and oh my goodness! He immediately switches to the DBS as well, finding out the rest of the members of Vampire Esports. And now, it has just begun with even the rival of Alter Ego that has been keeping watch from quite afar.
Yeah, Alter Ego Eras is just being lucky with the shots here. I mean, obviously they know that Vampire's busy dealing with, Team Secret. Oh, what's that Team Secret? Oh, the teams that are actually fighting in front of him. But you know what? There's really no time for Ravenclaw to try to come up with a plan here up against Alter Ego Eras, because we're talking about 3 players. But Ravenclaw, can he escape? I guess not. Rosemary's not going to let that happen. And now Vampire Esports eliminated with 2 points, and they got no placement points whatsoever.
Yeah, it's just so tough out there. And that spot isn't exactly safe. It was easy to be isolated after all, and they will crash out. Unfortunate for my prediction heading into this one, but the journey continues on. Rosemary really soaking up some damage as Alter Ego picks up that 6-pointer. And I'm looking at HORAA Esports over the corner of the map, as well as Sem9. They're not exactly in the circle. They need to find a way in. Meantime, DRS, long exchange with the side of RRQ, but it's not really resulting into all too much for the span of the moment. But what could be great is for them to really get that pick off, create that spacing, and then they can get so much deeper into space where RQ are just pretty much stuck. Nowhere to go. As DRS, they're still hoping to find perhaps lurkers coming from the outskirts as well. So they can take their sweet time. No force major into any form of this current bout. Just waiting for the next zone to appear. Whereas HORAA Esports have really found a little bit of an opening, but draws close to 52 Esports.
I mean, you're right. Fnatic, it's not the best spot to be in, but it will be hard for him to counter because he's inside a building there, so he has that cover that he needs. 52 Esports, though, having a fight with HORAA. I believe HORAA, they got 1 player knocked down, and we've got Voltrix on the screen here. Crypto with 2 elimination points. I think he bagged both of the... he bagged all the elimination points. Now, HORAA Esports is actually down below. But you know what? I don't think HORAA Esports will be stopped at any point now at getting those LMs from 52. But it's going to be hard. We're not taking out the possibility that they can, of course, lose the fight as well. But hey, it's a tough one. You know, this is Battle Royale. This is the nature of competition here. They have to find a way to counter 52 Esports. Otherwise, they will be wiped out.
Yeah, and when the going gets tough, the tough will always keep going. So, that's it. It's going to be Killer YT just going in with high ferocity, making it easy against that Lone Ranger of RRQ, sending them off at 10th place. And the next one to be in the midst of the battle here is going to be HORAA Esports versus 52. A really big lob of the nade will not really hit the mark just yet, but they could just still play this one to kill with DRS really close. All these 3 Southeast Asian teams are about to collide against one another. Meanwhile, the Southeast Asians are chilling with A1 in the mix over the south. Other than that, a lot of space in the middle that nobody's really claiming for themselves, but Alter Ego can do so.
Oh, well, yeah. Alter Ego Eras will be taking the south, no doubt about that one. Now, We're definitely going to have an exchange of nades here. Mr. Borrow is all alone. You know, let's deal with the situation, but that was a good job with the DBS. Oh man, he got a 2-piece. Unfortunately, that was a good follow-through coming from Crypto. And now he has a chance, of course, to save his teammates here because they're going to need all the firepower that they can get, of course, to deal with the remaining teams for stage number 5 here in Miramar. Now, DRS challenging them up. They heard the gunshots. They're trying to flush them out. They are at the edge of the zone here, which is, which adds up to the pressure of 52 Esports. But Voltrix is holding off that angle here to buy time for the rest of the team to recuperate.
And right now, over on the top side, Voltrix still holding on. It's a little bit of a tough predicament right there and then, but we'll see if they can still land through the course a little bit safely. Now, I'm not too sure if DRS could still hold on to that top side, considering the fact that 52 Esports is just creating a little bit more spacing. Now, it's going to be a tough ordeal. DRS, they might need to back away, but these grenades are now tossed right in. Some chip damage to be done out there. But not too concerning just yet. DRS... low ground, just taking covers for the meantime, as they can slowly seek out a little bit more of that wiggle room. But the further they go, they have to deal with the rest of Voing Donkey too.
Timing is everything, and also positioning can help you win fights. And DRS knows that, okay, this is not going to work for us. I mean, 52 Esports obviously has the high ground, and we need to find ourselves another location here. So it's a good call that DRS actually went for reposition so that they could effectively shut down 52 Esports. But 52 obviously will not be giving up the elevation here. They would try to anticipate where DRS will be coming from, and I guess that would be great tactics right there. If you have the information, of course you have to capitalize on that one. You just have to hold on to that one, and 52 versus DRS will definitely happen because they are at the edge of the circle here up north. But then again, 52 might... okay, so they're crashing the compound and challenge up Sem9.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty interesting from one pad to another fire. But of course, that wasn't too spicy going up against DRS early on. Now, backs against the wall for the side of Sem9 trying to defend this area of play. It seems like it's still pretty much a 50-50 ordeal, though no heavy commitment just yet. So that's the only good refuge for the meantime. Sem9 tosses that grenade towards the side of Alian. Alian has got the entirety of the backup of 52, but he is really taking too much of the damage. Sem9, they will give them that space, but the further they go, over on the south side is where Roy Esports at. So that is definitely a cause of concern. Not straight too far ahead, so it's really taking up this fight to create a little bit more of that space.
Oh man, I'm actually getting anxious by the fact that 52 Esports has turned their backs up against DRS. I mean, they could potentially just get behind them and just do a massive backstab here while they're dealing business with Sem9. But that particular area right there is no longer part of the zone. So this three-way battle happening between Sem9, 52 Esports, and DRS needs to happen, and it needs to happen fast. On the other side, we've got Void Donkey occupying a compound here, so they're pretty safe. Now, again, we've already said this, that 52 Esports need to settle the score as fast as they could, because, I mean, if you get devoured by the blue zone right now, it is gonna hurt.
It definitely will, and it is a little bit dicey here in this corner of the map with the rest of Sem9 pretty much stuck in the predicament. Depth has got to really find another alternative out there, whereas pressure is on, piling up. The rest of 52 Esports give chase. Big Nate's now cooked up from the side of Boboho, the newest additions to the squad so far, proving himself super worthy throughout the course of these altercations. And that is where Voltrox does manage to spot up Bubble Ho, but damage has been done. Two members going for the revival depth. He's a little too far to offer any trade at all. Now it's only down to Aaliyah over on the front. He does actually do those damage. So this is going to be the last stand coming from the side of 7-9. What's it going to be? Is it going to be a clutch? It does get a little bit more of that help coming here from the back. 2 versus 1, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be an easy fight. They spot him out. He's just hiding by a pillar, and that's about it.
Nice.
Big Nate now slowly isolating the target. He does have a door just to evade him. And there we go! A clutch factor for 7-9. It is Depp, the wonder boy of Malaysia.
Wow. I mean, like, you had to give it to this guy. Oh man, but AKM is a pretty tough gun, you know, so to speak. I mean, it does hold a 7.62 ammo, so it is gonna hurt. But the way that he clutched that one, eliminating 52 Esports, is just like a chef's kiss, you know. Anyway, Void Donkey, because they're holding on to this compound, might score them another winner chicken dinner. Of course, if there will be no team that will challenge them up for that one. But Alter Ego Eras, they're not joining into the mix just yet. I mean, they're waiting. They're patiently waiting there. As for Roy, they're on a split here. It's a tandem of Duque and Noaz, and then we've got, of course, a Tusk and Porsche together. DRS is just sticking to the edge of the zone here. So I think we might see a gunfight happen. Probably a few more minutes to go.
Yeah, it's just the calm before the storm, and for some reason this match seems to be a lot more tactical than I did expect. With a very difficult terrain for them to slowly play this one out. Now, look at the current assessment. Roy Esports, they still hold one portion of the circle, and I think they actually have a good grasp. They only have to be concerned of a potential push coming from the side of Alter Ego or the south, and that's kind of about it. They don't really have to be too concerned about Void Donkey, because no matter what, that is the far corner of the map of where the circle is. So the other update could potentially flush Void Donkey into an open ground, which can be dealt much later on. So DRS, they're on the back foot as well. How would they actually approach this? This is something that is going to be rather interesting.
Okay, so Void Donkey getting a lot of damage coming from DRS, but if I were in their position, I wouldn't leave this compound just yet. I mean, DRS obviously is outside of the zone, so there's huge pressure on their side. They're trying to get in, of course, but they know that they have to at least, you know, take over that compound where Void Donkey is actually staying. And X from DRS just got shut down, so this is an effective way to defend this compound, and Void Donkey is actually doing just that. But for Alter Ego Eras, despite the fact that they have been avoiding fights, they have been shut down by Duque. Boydstill is out of the game.
Oh man, and he's absolutely in a pickle as well. Void Donkey now taking the top side of the church. Seeming to have got a lot of wiggle room at the moment, but what's going to happen here is going to be a little bit treacherous in terms of how they do approach this fight, with a couple of shots being fired from the side of Roy Esports from a spread wing. Roy, they're making wonders against the rest of Alter Ego Ares, and they can only continue on to rally forward just in order to survive. It's only down to hands at the moment.
Oh man, again, it's not looking too good for the side of DRS, honestly speaking. And now Roy will try to backstab Alter Ego Eras. Hands for you, all alone in this situation, guys. They don't, I mean, he doesn't even have any covers whatsoever, so obviously he doesn't have that choice. Void Donkey, and we've got Roy facing up head to head. Oh man, Void Donkey, they're throwing nades. Obviously they have the numbers, I guess. Yeah, and they're pretty much scattered. You know, for most of the parts of the circle here. But one of the players from Roy is actually shut down. So again, an advantage working for Void here.
And it's absolutely huge. Void Donkey, I like that they were smart enough to spread their wings over onto the other corner to actually take this battle on. Roy, one member down, bleeding out. So this is going to be them pretty much suppressed into the south side. And how are they supposed to really approach this? Because Void Donkey, despite having very little wiggle room that is actually open for them to play, they are slowly trying to figure out how could they actually pick off Roy from their very own position.
Void Donkey, I believe they're a little low on the resources here. So they are trying to find, some of the boxes that are scattered around the area to make sure that they fill up their backpacks once again. It could be hard because we're already at stage 8, and we might see, both of the teams actually collide with one another as soon as we step into stage 9, wherein this map will definitely close. But in the meantime, they're taking their sweet time. Void Donkey Vexy here is going for a reposition, definitely, but checking out the score, Roy now has a total of 7 elimination points, so they have that momentum that we've been looking for since day number 1 of the semifinals. But Void Donkey, again, we did say this a while ago, they were holding on to that compound so that they might win a winner chicken dinner just because of position here. But the exchange already happening between these two teams. What a nice attack coming from Zeta. It's a total domination coming from the side of Void Donkey. Potato now obviously cooking up that nade. Juke is popping up the smoke, but who will win the fight? That is what we need to watch out for.
Yeah, and looking at this current scenario, it seems like there is going to be a tough ordeal to cut right through, and the rest of these members are just taking out a lot of all these spacing with Porsche. Now, spotting out one through the smoke, but that member of Roy will be eliminated. Now, it's just pretty much a scattered approach from the side of Roy as they try to isolate, but it will be Void Donkey with another chicken dinner for today, and somehow the Indonesians have found a formula to get 2 chicken dinners in each respective day.
Okay, another Indonesian win. But yeah, I did see it coming because, Void Esports, the more that they actually took control of that compound, and everyone is just really desperately trying to find covers there. They're in a very good spot. All they need to do is really defend that corner and play it smart, I guess. And they did exactly that one, hence getting themselves a winner chicken dinner. Again, this is the second chicken dinner for Roy Esports.
Indeed, and my, it looks so stunning on how they've been able to do so. And this was very, very well calculated in how they just slowly dissect this fight all together, and just taking a look at how they've been able to just go in for a very nice wraparound over on the north side to slowly go for Roy members in order to eventually win out that trade. So beautifully done. I have not much of more words to say because today it's been phenomenal, where Zeta this time has really risen the occasion, but Vexy has continued to be their main carry in the roster.
Definitely agree with you there. And with this kind of performance, Contra, I think it has been a huge improvement over to Roy's side. And I think, if they continue on playing with this kind of pace, then it's not impossible at all for Roy Esports to actually join us for the grand finals. And as for the other teams that did good, again, it's Void Donkey, Roy, Alter Ego Eras, Sem9. So these are the teams that you need to watch out for when you guys are playing in, or when we are playing in Miramar. Again, this is already match number 22. We obviously we are already losing time now for the teams that are still at the bottom of the page here, because we already have like less than 12 matches to go before we call it quits.
Yeah, and of course, there's not going to be any teams that will be tapping out just yet, so long as there is matches to be played out. Where, of course, when we take a look at some of these stats, Juke have been able to get 5 in comparison to Zeta in terms of those numbers. But Roy, in this matchup, they really have farmed out an impressive record overall. So, of course, we expect to see a whole lot more coming up next, as the MVP will be none other than Su Noaz.
Man, okay, it's okay. He has huge damage output. It's a total of 969. It's just that Perhaps he was able to shut down, a lot of players from a distance, and he couldn't close it into a full-blown elimination point. But that is still great damage output right there. Roy Juke, 5 LMs. We also got Crypto here from 52 Esports. There's a lot of you down there cheering for Crypto, so I mean, you know that this guy can always deliver. Hands for you from Alter Ego Eras. We've seen him try to defend himself because he was left all alone, And we've got Hitman of A1 Esports with 4 elimination points. So I guess even without Rowdy, A1 Esports can pretty much still clutch it.
Yeah, I was just looking at it. There's so many of all of these massive stats coming into the spectrum. It's a big 14 points for Void Donkey. Remember this, they started off the tournament in a low record, and now on the second half, they mean serious business. 18 points will mean that they solidify themselves even further into the ranks of the first page.
Yeah.
So with that said, I'm just going to be keeping my eyes pretty much closely into how these players are going to be looking for all these ways to really cut into the top 16, especially now GeekFam absolutely in trouble. Leo has definitely seen some better games, but they will still be in the middle of the pack, so not to be worried if you're fans of all the teams from South Asia. But despite GeekFam being in a really tough predicament in this early game, Sonic 7 will be the one that has the longest shot in this match. Decent number of turbos used in this matchup as well, whereas obviously a lot of long extended fights, which is why we see quite a number of rescues too in this span of MIRAMAR.
Yes, and also for Team Pandem. I mean, yesterday they were really displaying great amount of aggressiveness. From inside a battlefield, they're always on the go. At getting those elimination points, but right now, Team Pandem seems to be losing their touch a bit, and I do hope they can do a comeback. Of course, we always wish for teams to do a comeback. Consistency is one main ingredient in terms of getting that winner chicken dinner. But when it comes to the overall ranking, Team Secret has been consistent with 140 points in total. We've got Alter Ego Eras replacing Sem9 when it comes to the second place. So obviously, they are already catching up.
Wow, a drastic shift. So many teams are now being pushed down because of how Void Donkey has been moving up 5 ranks. So I was wondering if it was a first page finish, but I guess 80 over points really is just worthy enough for them to really stay afloat in the most part. So other than that, as we take a look at what's really going on here on the last page, Roy Esports now knocking Bigatron Red Aliens even further back, the all-time with 57. I don't know what on earth is going on here, my friend.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, Roy Esports, with that massive performance, they've catapulted themselves, ranking up 5 more spots in the overall rankings, and if they continue on with that level of pace, I think it is not impossible for them to enter that top 16. Now, what I am curious about is the fact that A1 and HORAA Esports is still part of the third page, and we are already on our 4th day, so I guess you guys need to wake up a bit.
Yeah, of course, with that, we'll take a short break, and when we do come back, we'll bring you into our final 2 matches. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, and we're down to our penultimate game for the night. I hope that you all have had a beautiful Sunday so far. It's Rick, Queen Andy, and Contra here to accompany you for the rest of the night.
Hey, you know what? We're already halfway through day number 4A. I do hope I'm not bugging, my neighbors, because I've been talking loud. They don't know what I do professionally. So whenever I explain to them that, hey, I do esports commentary, and they all give me that face, it's like, what? Anyway, getting back to those teams that actually won a chicken dinner. It's all again majority Indonesian teams, but it's a 2-winner chicken dinner for the side of Boyne. So it's gonna be an interesting match number 4 because we're down to Group A versus Group C, and again we're about to pick our team prediction here, and it's hard. Again, I am trying to hope for a team that would represent South Asia at least, to get a WWCD.
Yeah, I really hope so too, but it's been a little bit of a sign of struggle that has been displayed by all of them competing. Not to say that they're lacking in firepower or so, it's just the execution when it comes down to how proactive are they into trying to take space that is going to be negating a lot of all these teams out there. But when they do, they really do look good. As you can see, SEA, they love to play on the center. They like to claim all these areas, and it makes life so much difficult. But I would say in South Asia, they love to sweep by the edges, get those elimination points. The more, the better, right? Like, sometimes it does not really work out. And what I love seeing is that when it comes down to the rivalry of the regions, they don't back down from any hot drops. Like, hot drops have happened every other game, and this is something that we don't always see in pro tournaments, which is so fun to watch.
Yes, of course, we do love the action. That is why we love PUBG so much, because of all the exchange. And fact of the matter is, PUBG, we don't have a respawn. I mean, who needs a respawn? I mean, if you're dead, you're dead. That's the beauty of it. But, okay, time for the prediction again. And I did say this, I want a South Asian team to actually win the fight. So, having said that, I'm going back to HORAA Esports. I mean, honestly, guys, come on. We need to win. Win a purple heart there. Come on.
Yeah, meanwhile, of course, I guess I voted for quite a lot of South Asian teams, and I still love them to bits. But, today I'm looking at Vampire Esports to be the quarter side out of the Thai teams. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan have managed to actually get one. Perhaps, to even up the tally a little bit, I want to see the Thai side represent, so it has to be FaZe Clan.
FaZe Clan. Okay, how about you, production?
I guess
time, huh?
Yeah, I wonder what's in his mind. Todak, okay, I like it. Something a little bit more different. And when we take a look at the way that Todak has played throughout the course of the tournament, it's honestly impressive, like how they've been able to maintain at the top half of the leaderboards, right? Like, they weren't exactly the type that is super aggressive like Alter Ego or even some other names like Team Secret. But in comparison, like, they play clean and they play basically in a very, very well-mannered of a strategy. So it is a very safe way, but nothing to be complained about because they do it so well.
But as you know, again, I don't want to make my head ache anymore, Contra, so I'm just gonna sit here, enjoy the show, and watch these teams battle it out, because no matter how hard I try to give my prediction, I mean some of my predictions comes close to getting that winner in a chicken dinner, but somehow they fall short. But then again, I always would want to see them get those elims rather than getting a winner in a chicken dinner, because I do believe that when it comes to tactical gameplay, I think you should go more for the elims rather than the placement. I mean, placement for me, it's just bonus.
Yeah, on top of that, I guess, like, you can't be over obsessed with elimination points as well. You saw what happened in these early fights. Like, you gotta also understand, like, in every fight, there's always a winner and there's always one that will lose out. So you don't want to be on that receiving end, right? So in order for you to proceed forward, you tend to want to at least consider the first half of the match to still prioritize placement. Then late game, that's where if it's your moment to shine in the top 5, no matter what happens, there's points guaranteed. So no right, no wrong. If you could get the best of both worlds, it's always the best.
Have to find that golden ratio, right? I mean, in getting those placement and of course getting those LMs. I guess you just really have to focus more on just putting up digits there rather than exiting the game with nothing whatsoever or empty-handed. But anyway, we're about to start our ERANGEL match. Again, this is going to be the final ERANGEL for this evening. This is the OG map. This is more of like the bread and butter for most of the teams here, if not all. So let's see which team is gonna attack this one viciously and just rack up the numbers, because we are starting from, I believe, up there. Yes, because I saw Zarky, so it's probably on the north or west side. So there you go, ending in Milton Power, everyone, and the flight pad is right down there in the middle. So again, we are expecting some of the teams here to drop in the same location. Yes, Naya will definitely be one of them. Pachinki as well. If I do believe the Savior is actually playing, right? Or no? Okay, no. I don't think they are playing right now. So Pachinki will definitely be empty this time around. Oh yeah, the Savior is playing. Yes. Okay, so Pachinki will be taken over by the Savior.
Yeah, overall, you know, like we've always talked about how the Savior has that advantage of being first movers. When you are in Rosal, you most often than not will always secure the very first phase of the circle because of how the nature of the map is, right? If you're in direct center, you can travel anywhere. I feel like they take things a little too slowly when it comes down to how they actually play around Rosal and find themselves in a tough ordeal. Speaking of tough ordeal, EST ambushes Hospital yet again, striking down members of FaZe Clan. So this is going to be a hot one. Even Alter Ego, it's actually Alter Ego that's actually going for the battle instead. This time, not today. AST will be sent with a couple of players off of that lobby. So perhaps Jane will be held back. 2 members left. But if you're already committed, might as well stick to it. Now, FaZe Clan, will they also go in for this 3-way battle? We'll have to find out, because that circle is still around the corner. As today, all of the maps being played for most part are on that west side, where we had a couple of the rounds, the Sonovska and the Gatka Mountains. This time, a little bit more closer to maybe Ferry Pier as well as Gatka.
Oh, nasty. Right there. Tribear Macy just went out with 1 elimination point. But that's what you say to the God of Death, right? Not today. And obviously, HORAA Esports is talking back to Team Flash, clapping back in this situation. From the kill fit, it's Finisher from Leo Esports going up against Morph. Haidami goes down as well. Okay, so that is a back and forth exchange. We've got 2 points now coming from the side of HORAA. So obviously they are the ones dominating this clash. We've got Malik on the rooftop here. They're probably talking on how to best approach the situation to effectively eliminate the remaining players of Team Flash, and that would be Quan and Batman.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while though. This battle between HORAA as well as Team Flash, I think that there's a couple of times that Team Flash has gotten the upper hand. They've only lost once, if I do believe, in between these 2 duels. But other than that, I think it's still a very fair fight. It has always drawn down to 1 or 2 players surviving to the tail of it all. Not exactly the cleanest. HORAA Esports is going to consider hopping right down, as they are doing a little bit of parkour to get right into the mix of it. Meanwhile, the rest of Team Flash, they are holding on to the indoors. Mr. Borrow doesn't get that opening pick through the staircase, and they're still hunting out for more pressure in from the side of Kwang, and they are being suppressed with those bullets sent his way. He has to go for the reroll, but he's just waiting for the time. Mr. Borrow, calculated plays, will send off the rest of Team Flash. They walk away with absolutely nothing. That was perfect for HORAA.
Nice execution. Clean fight coming from HORAA Esports. I mean, there was a little bit of hesitation there going inside that building, but with an established communication from this team, oh man, they racked up some points right up in there. 4 elims at the beginning of the match. Now, overview, we've got the Savior again inside Pachinki. We've got Team NKT, Team Pandem, as well as Team Secret. They might clash with one another in just a few more minutes. Or not, we still don't know. Todak, of course, is still outside of the zone together with HORAA, who is also in Yasnaya. But yeah, given the situation, of course, they will be coming from the east side, so I guess that's where most of the teams will flock together. So we'll just have to wait where stage 2 is actually gonna land, because that's probably again the point in this match that teams will start to engage once again.
Yeah. This time, a much better entry for the side of BTR to be over onto Ruins. As for Morph Team, they are in the center of attention. So I do hope that that isn't going to be getting themselves into a very tough ordeal, because in terms of firepower-wise, they do have something to offer, but I haven't really seen too much coming out from these boys for the course of the couple of days. Morph Team really has to step up because they are in the danger zone. So hopefully this gives them that perfect position to challenge up against teams like Leo. But even BTR, they want to take claim. They are driving into the territory at the same time.
Yep, they have to channel in their inner maverick if they want to, of course, get themselves out of the danger zone. 2 elimination points for the side of Alter Ego Airs. Unfortunately, Rosemary won't be joining them for this round because he just got eliminated. He just got served. So it's now up to Hands for You, Alva, and Boysil, of course, to make it happen for Alter Ego Airs. I mean, a lot of you guys down there in the comment section loves to change Rosemary's name to Rose Scary, and now that he is out of the team, let's see how good of a performance the rest of Alter Ego Airs will do in this situation. Now, Bigatron, okay, they did not do good in the previous round, so perhaps they could shake things up a little bit, you know, for this round in ERANGEL. I mean, we are seeing the original roster play for this one. I can see Genfuzz joining them, and this is about up against a Leo Esports, so let's see who's going to win.
Yeah, and Leo so far has some really good track record when it comes down to those duels here into the Gatka side. Bigatron does find a couple of all these pickup finishers already out. I may have actually spoke too soon, and here comes Tatar coming from the back as well. It's turning into his far flank now with so little left. Leo will be crushed, but it's still HYPEREV to try to turn the tables around. You always rely on this A's coming in from the Paul, but here comes those big grenades. Are they going to be able to actually save some of the members out here? It seems like it has been a really, really tough fight, but the rest of BTR, they clear out of the pursuit. Lapar's the next one to go down. Oh my, what do we have here? HYPEREV with big nade, and this is just going to be even worse. Believe that to me, Genfuzz to be in the mix as well, to be brought into play, but the rest of the Savior also wants into this form of a fight, coming with a double flank, sending their way in towards the side of BTR. Things are not looking good. DX, they are vultures in this match.
Goodness, Bigatron Red Alias just taking in a lot of punches there coming from Leo and the Savior. And the Savior, what a perfect timing coming from this team. I mean, you're right, they're the vultures. I mean, just scavenging the area. This could be the perfect opportunity for HYPEREV to actually escape. But unfortunately, another team just inserted a coin because they are the new challengers. Morph now, already in the scene. HYPEREV is doing an amazing job defending himself, even if he's all alone in this situation, in this exchange. But he is not out of the woods just yet, ladies and gents, because the Savior is just on the other side of this compound, and they might hunt him down.
Yeah, it's just crazy. The form of back and forth that we are seeing right here is just because every team just wants to take claim of the central area, and it will just continue to be the case. T2K, meanwhile, takes the battle against the rest of Vampire Esports, and this is just going to be tough for Vampires to even get out of the waters. How on earth are they supposed to be able to stay afloat? That is going to be the question right now, but as of the moment, T2K, they managed to spot out Ravenclaw, and Leo somehow also suffered heavy losses. And Morph, they finally made the right play, the right decision. But Vampire over here, only one member left. What is Schweppes gonna do against T2K?
I mean, Ravenclaw obviously in this situation needs to learn some dark magic because he needs to be Voldemort in this one to just survive the situation. But can Schweppes make that happen for Ravenclaw? Not sure because he's pretty surrounded by the guys of T2K, and Turu Love is just right there waiting for him to expose himself. So Schweppes, I do believe he's going to leave his teammates and just focus on longevity here, Kadra.
Yeah, and look at how they've been able to actually play it out so far. I believe it should be absolutely fine for him to actually survive to make that cut. Now, looking at the situation for Team Pandem, not as explosive as we have seen for the couple of days out of Team Pandem, but they definitely do enjoy this form of early reset, where most often than not, we see them battle against Geek Fam over on the course of very period. They choose to call in for a truce and now find themselves in the middle of teams like NKT. Later on, Todak will also join in the party.
Okay. Schweppes is around Ruins area, but he is actually being hunted down by T2K. I mean, these are trained to kill, so they know how to hunt their prey. And Schweppes is inside the house, just being quiet here, but TK isn't to him. But okay, I can see that he is already, I mean, T2K is circling around this area. Schweppes is cooking up that nade. 2, 1, okay. He needs to reload that nade. But you know what? T2K is a bit unstoppable right now. I mean, who doesn't want a point?
Yeah, T2K, they will definitely just journey on so safely. There's plenty of space for the top side, but Vampire Esports, not so much. Well, I guess, like, when you are just stuck by the bridge and you lost a couple of members, you can only do so much, especially when you don't exactly have the vehicles to actually rotate all about. So right now, with the update of the circle being around the south side of the fields, in between Got Cut as well as Fair Pier. So this is definitely a tricky ground, but not too different as compared to Got Cut. Just that you have some high ground coming in from Quarry, which will make the big difference here. So some of them are also hiding around the farmhouse. That's how the members of Alter Ego is currently playing over onto that course of the map. But Todak, they are also driving into the area play Pandem. Now looking over on the side of NKT, this is going to be the valued possession of a position for the side of NKT to hold true. But can they defend? It's not going to be too easy to do so.
Well, I mean, Team Pandem still has that option whether or not to crash this compound. I mean, they're all inside the circle, so it's just a matter of time. But Todak, on the other hand, oh man, they're having a conflict settled up against Alter Ego, and they're falling one by one. But you know what? Again, Rosemary is no longer part of the team here. He is out of the game. And Alva, with a UMP, is just doing a continuous spray here up against this one remaining player, which is Iftar. Iftar, oh man, you are going out, says Alva.
Yeah, this is so difficult for him to actually get out of the thick of things. Whereas Todak walks away with no points at all. It's just so difficult for them to move around, especially now. FaZe Clan tries to drop in that grenade, immediately being picked up from another direction, which is coming in from DX. So FaZe Clan might be halt all the way back for now. A little bit
Alter Ego Eras. I don't know if they're going to do a reset here. I think they have that opportunity to reset because FaZe Clan actually backed off from that scene. But Team Secret now, oh man, they just attacked Sky from HORAA. Oh man, where is the rest of HORAA Esports though?
HORAA Esports, I'm not too sure where they are, but as for Team Secret, they are just journeying through the spine of it. It seems like Luther might just be the only one here to actually play for some points, whereas DX now takes over the central control. The members of HORAA Esports relying on him to try to squeeze through, but where can he actually be safe? There is going to be T2K over onto the edge of the north. So that is definitely going to be a little bit worrying for the fans of HORAA Esports. Meanwhile, over on to NKT, they're still defending very well. It seems like there's not going to be too much pressure coming from teams like GeekFam, so Pandem still on the watch, and it does pull further towards the south, which favors NKT.
So, No Fear is the lone wolf for HORAA Esports. He is actually staying up there on the northern side, but D Savior is holding off a compound there, so massive gatekeeping situation for the side of D Savior, which they could potentially assume a lot of points there because T2K is still also outside of the zone. Just checking out the position here, Team NKT, they're holding on to a compound, right? And Team Pandem, of course, is eyeing that compound. But since, both the teams here are still inside of the zone, I don't think that Team Pandem will, really try to infiltrate that compound where NKT is staying. That is why they are opting to do a spray up against Team Secret instead of NKT.
Yeah, because they already control such a great vantage point, so might as well you just put pressure onto those that you can see rather than those that are basically hiding all the way towards the back. Therefore, Team Pandem, they continue on their pursuit, trying to get attack over on side of Secret. Secret, they already have to deploy those smokes so early on. How long can they hold out is going to be the question. More and more vehicles to create a bunker in the middle of the center. So this is definitely going to be a long trade for the boys of Team Secret. They just hope to hold on to the central area control, but I'm not sure if that is going to be a good call so early into this matchup. It's only stage 4.
I know, right? Teams are kind of hot-headed right now. Audrey from Geek, all the way from that distance. What a shot right there coming from Alter Ego Eras. Isaac tried to clap back, but I don't think that angle is going to be working for him. Now, Sonics has that opportunity to take a shot at Hands for You, but Hands for You again is inside a house, so that would be difficult for them to actually pull that off. But Alter Ego Eras remains to be strong with 6 solid elimination points, and they're still looking to get some more. FaZe Clan on the other side is 3, and they're trying to actually get inside. That's the entry point right there, but is heavily guarded by Alter Ego Eras.
Yeah, there's just no way that Alter Ego will just allow FaZe Clan to simply cut right through, but FaZe Clan does open up a little bit more of a space as they do get that knockdown secured, but there's still plenty of place that they need to eventually prioritize as compared to taking up this fight, or else they will not have a space to play later on.
FaZe Clan, high ground, advantage up against Alter Ego Eras. Alva is on prone, but I'm not sure where he is actually focusing attention to. He's beside that tree, but I feel like he's looking at the wrong direction here because FaZe Clan is actually behind him. But FaZe obviously is leaving this compound, repositioning themselves. Not quite sure where they're headed, but T2K as well as T Savior is within proximity as well. We've got Team Pandem all the way from south, and we can see that Jay Branke is using his Mini 14 to try and shut down one of the players come from Team Secret, but then again, it's all the way from down south, so it's a bit far. NKT, now this is a power position right here, considering the fact that they are inside a compound, and they might, of course, make it hard for Team Pandem to actually get in, but let's see if Team Pandem will use this compound as their main entry point.
Yeah, NKT, they never really had to move throughout the course of this whole fight inside of ERANGEL. And now, Alpha will be bursted down instantaneously by Onsens. And it's just impeccable. Onsens continuously carries the weight of the team. And he will continue to really apply the pressure onto the side of Alter Ego. And we thought that Alter Ego, much early on, would be able to zone them out. But now, with FaZe Clan taking over the hillside, they are also looking to challenge both DX as well as T2K. DX, they're praying for perhaps the worst to come, but look at the current situation. I don't think they're eager for a fight. They're just looking to scout out ahead on what's really going to happen. FaZe Clan with 4 now, drawing to a close, sees those movements of the vehicle, and this is looking dangerous.
Man, with all of those gunshots, I know the Savior has acknowledged that where FaZe Clan's actually will be coming from. Toodle Love, as well as Kansa here, remaining players coming from the side of T2K, also has that opportunity to assume points from FaZe and both FaZe and D Savior. Team Pandem, okay, they're taking over the south side, but just look at that. Team NKT plans to leave the sanctuary. Joker is actually scouting the area and just checking out if it's safe to actually attack Team Pandem.
Yeah, and right now,
Oh!
Geek Fam holding it true is going to be Pandem that does get the catch over on the NKT. Big pick off overall. And this is just going to be a tough ordeal. And now, what are they supposed to do? Team Pandem out in the open, trying to get a little bit more of that wiggle room. And it seems like the rest of these players is just going to be duking it all out in the open. Ising does find a catch over onto Ventoris. So this is going to be getting even harder for these teams to really move around. T2K, though, they might be able to get something in return.
Was that even the right move, though? I mean, Joker leaving the compound and just checking out the situation from outside of the zone. I mean, I think it was a little reckless on their side, but then again, it's okay because we still got 3 more players on the side of NKT, and now FaZe versus the Savior. Oh man, Fine Land versus Vietnam. We've got Onsen already on the floor. Ventoris now taking some damage as well. Nadity on the ground. I do believe FaZe is getting a little help from Geek Fam.
Oh boy. And it just gets even worse in this predicament as BX just runs right through. This is where Lambo just unleashes the DBS. But there's still one more looking around the corner. Lambo! Can he actually seal the deal? Yes, he does. 7th place finish for the side of FaZe Clan. 7 points for DX. We are finally seeing the spotlight once more onto the best team of Vietnam.
Yeah, but the fight is not over just yet because we still got to roll up from T2K holding off onto that northern side. So it's going to be difficult for Lamborghini to infiltrate the circle. Okay, so T2K went in for the reposition. Now, Geek Fam remains to be solid. In the middle, Team Pandem is still a complete squad, which is always an advantage. Now, here comes the tricky part. Coming from a power position, NKT now needs to leave that compound. Team Secret will hold off the east side, but from the kill feed, it's the God that shuts down Jay Branky, and Jay Branky's out there in the open. Can be a little difficult for Team Pandem to go for a quick revive there because, well, we already have like 2 members of Team Pandem who is already out there in the open, and Team NKT will definitely capitalize on that one.
Yeah, currently soaking in a lot of pressure. Team Pandem is just trying their best to survive. NKT, they need to leave this vicinity though, but they need to do so in a safe manner, which is why this pressure is being applied onto that part of the map where Pandem is at. Whereas Lambo does find Team Secret. So that is absolutely huge for them to continue rallying on. And with that spacing created, I think that there's still trouble for Lambo to still move in since he's down to size. Yeah. This is definitely going to be a little bit tricky for him to work it out.
Hey, no problem for the side of Lamborghini. I mean, he was able to still get another elimination point. He already bagged 5 elimination points all alone, but unfortunately, since his position was already compromised, I mean, he got eliminated, of course, by Team Secret, you know, avenging their fallen comrade. Now that ominous music is starting to play in the background, Geek again still in the middle of it all, and one of them is currently knocked down, but yeah, it's a good tactic, I guess, popping off those smoke to kind of make it hard for the other teams to actually go in for that spray. We can see that the God coming from Team NKT is just throwing nades up against Jay Branky, and Jay Branky is throwing his nades as well up against the God, but none of them is just, you know, like quite hitting the target just yet.
Yeah, it's really difficult to navigate around at the moment, but they're just looking to slowly find a little bit more of that spacing to get that picked off. Tour Love, though, lurking onto their target. This is where it is getting a lot more interesting on that part of the map, where members of the side of Geek Fam still trying to keep themselves safe, hiding within the span of the smoke.
It's gonna be hard though, Contra. I mean, they don't have that much space to work with, and Turulov, what he needs to do is just really make it rain nades. As you can see, Damrude, even if he's on prone here, he's been getting a lot of that damage. And again, we are just waiting for Turulov to get a Kobe shot right here to eliminate the rest of Geek Fam. And there you go. I mean, Geek continues to get a lot of punishment coming from Turulov. They are trying to clap back, but it's hard because Turulov can actually move from left to right just to remain elusive up against Geek.
He's got so much more spacing to work with as compared to Geek Fam, but somehow Geek Fam is still surviving. But when Team Secret pushes, that is where things will be a little bit more chaotic for the Malaysian side. Meanwhile, NKT as well as Team Pandem, they've been a little bit quiet as they do exchange a couple of nades against each other. Oh, that lob is perfect!
Oh my god!
And there you have it. Team Pandem, one member being knocked out. Is it going to be a full flush coming from the side of Joe Frankie? He's waiting for the bullets to be sprayed out, and they do clear off the entire sector. NKT is gone.
Perfect timing there coming from Jay Frankie. I mean, he really waited for his enemy to empty his magazine in there. Down to 4 teams remaining. Ladies and gents, D2K is still alive and kicking. Geek Fam eliminated with 3 elimination points. Now Team Pandem takes over the chart here, having the most chance of getting that WWCD. We're looking at Max. We're looking at Kansa of T2K. 4 elimination points now. Turulov seems to be in the mood to gather a lot of elements right there. 3 in total. Turulov still on prone here. This is such a crucial Mexican stand-up happening between these 3 teams.
Oh boy, it's gonna take a while, but I'm just really impressed on how T2K has been playing throughout the course of this. And as a matter of fact, this could potentially be the very first chicken dinner for Pandem. They have the numbers advantage. So far, they've always looked for elimination points, but they immediately got picked off. Kansa doing it all alone, tries to deal with the entire squad, but it is DMZ to say Alvich whatever that there is. Oh, that was way too close. And also, another casualty being brought forward is there is going to be the rest of Team Secret as well as Turulov to charge right in. Turu, can he finally get the final pickoff? Couple of DPS shots coming from both ends, but it doesn't seem like they've managed to get it. And the final tap from Dempsey. Still have hopes for Team Pandem to secure their first chicken dinner, but there is one member left from Team Secret. He's so low on health. Max, can he do it against Joe Frankie?
That was a great ring around the rosy. They're coming from, of course, Team Pandem and Team Secret. Wow, what a match! What a match! But I believe we're gonna crown Turulov, if I'm not mistaken, as the MVP for this round. But we don't want to take out the spotlight, of course, for Team Pandem. And as you mentioned earlier, this is their first winner chicken dinner. They have been strong from yesterday. Was that yesterday? They have been strong since yesterday. I mean, there was a little off game every now and then for today's set of matches, but they have successfully taken the winner chicken dinner in the last ERANGEL this evening.
I've not even considered them to be one of the chicken dinner winners for most part, because most of the time, Team Pandem, when they play, they love to go full on aggression in the early game to the point that they will exit the game somewhere in the midst of the matchup. But this time, when you see a more calmer side of the side of Team Pandem, this looks so much better. Like Dimzy as well as Javrenki really pull off quite the clutch. There was that long trading fight between them as well as NKT and Team Pandem. They weathered the storm so well. They were just proning out there on the fields for how many minutes? I felt like it was more than 10 minutes. And eventually, when push comes to shove, they just went all out. And once they saw a little bit of that push and pull coming in from the north side, they made a decisive manner to just take the fight to the rest of T2K.
And again, you just have to really make good decisions, I guess, in order to get the chicken dinner. They showed great discipline, to be honest. I mean, they have the chance to crash the compound where Team NKT is actually staying at, but they opted to just challenge up the boys from Team Secret, and they just waited for that right opportunity. I guess to know the perfect timing is also one of the best ingredients to have, you know, just to cook up that right winner chicken dinner. But teams to watch, ladies and gents, we've got a Team Secret, The Savior, and of course G2K coming from Nepal. I mean, Total Love did an amazing job so far for the team there, and he played a lot of games, you know, for against a lot of players from inside the battlefield. It's just so unfortunate because I think he was left all alone, if I'm not mistaken, and he run out of space actually to work with. But nonetheless, it was a great fight coming from Total Love.
Yeah, we absolutely love seeing that battle because he was so close to shutting that member of Team Pandem down. It was Dimzy as well as Lamborghini to be some of the top performing individuals in this matchup. As you can see, the numbers almost match equally, and I think Lambo has really shut off a lot of all these teams coming from North, whereas True Love will be the MVP of the match with the highest damage done. It's just small margin. It's just one damage higher, I think.
They did amazing for this round. Honestly, I mean, we were onto him. We were keeping track, and the way that he flushed out, you know, a couple of players from that shack is absolutely stunning. I do believe it was Geek Fam that he was trying to shut down, and he was just so effective this time around inside the battlefield. So I hope that he can bring in the same energy, I guess, in the next matches for this tournament. Lamborghini with 5 elimination points, Dimzy as well as Jay Brenke of Team Pandem. They both set up a total of 4 elimination points. High damage as well, and team contribution is outstanding.
Yeah, it really is. And overall, like, many of all these players that were over onto the field really put their health bars on the line for them to win fights. It's a massive 20-pointer. When Pandem wins games, they always come in with some high-flying numbers. So that will be, of course, some gap to be created within them as well as Team Secret on the second place for 14 points, 11 for the side of BX, and 10 for T2K.
And again, Indonesian team. Oh man, there's it's a total domination for Indonesia for day number 4 of the semi-finals, and I don't know what happened to Vietnam teams. They are pretty quiet, you know, for day number 4, as well as some of the South Asian teams that we have inside this competition. Again, to be fair, we only have like 8 teams representing South Asia, and if we can get majority of the teams in the top 16, it is already a big deal, to be honest. Throwables used, it's a 200. Again, it's an average number right there. 392 longest elimination distance coming from Dimzy of Team Pandem, and also 2 airdrops looted, which is not bad at all.
Yeah, and overall, when we add all these numbers together, the Savior, they finally get themselves back on track, and from the second page, they've come back into the first, moving into the 4th position. So it is great to finally see that we see a grand mixture of all these other teams coming from Thailand, Indonesia, as well as Vietnam, and I guess like the South Asian region overall will still have to work very hard into the very final day of the semifinals tomorrow, with only one more game to be played out. Of course, 52 Esports now being pushed down in towards the 9th spot, whereas we do see the rise of T2K. Now, I'm happy for these 2 teams of South Asia, and also DRS as well as Leo Esports are still within the grasp of even Toda. I'm surprised. Toda, remember this, they started off today over onto the first page, and now it seems like today hasn't worked out for them at all.
Okay, so just counting how many South Asian teams are part of the 3rd page. So we've got HORAA, we've got Ignite Esports, we've got A1 Esports, and Tribe Aeromates. So we still got 4 of them stuck onto the 3rd page. But then again, it's a huge improvement on the side of HORAA Esports. They moved up 2 ranks. Even if they did not score a winner chicken dinner, I guess they were able to put up some elimination points. Bigatron Red Aliens also moves up 1 spot. But you know, at the end of the semifinals, from number 17 down to 24, it wouldn't even matter. Again, we're looking for 16 teams. Only 16 teams that will advance to the grand finals. So that's all that matters, guys.
That's right, as teams are clawing their way out of the rut and some teams just looking to be titans of the semifinals at the moment. We shall see on the final game who will be taking that bite of a chicken dinner. But for now, we take a quick break and we'll come back for even more action.
Let's go! After 5 grueling matches, we are now down to our last one this evening, and it's gonna be hot and crispy since it's happening in the dry lands of Miramar. It's Indo teams that's been taking most of the wins here, so which team is it gonna be for the grand finale? We are still your casters, Red Queen and Contra.
Yeah, and looking at how all these teams have been playing so far, I am just so happy that every single game is so tough for us to call who exactly will actually make it into securing that chicken dinner. And by the end of it, all we saw in that past matchup, Team Pandem out of all the teams out there that have always been hungry for blood, don't even worry about themselves being eliminated in the process, have finally gotten their own win. As you can see on your screen right now, 5 chicken dinners that has been played out. It has been 4 for Indonesia.
Yes, sir. Oh man, but it's a 2-win, for the side of Void Donkey, but it is still mostly dominated by Indonesian teams. So, again, it's something that's interesting. That's something that we need to watch out for. Is it going to be claimed by a South Asian team, or is it going to be another Indonesian team, or is it going to be other teams inside the lobby? We don't know. Is it going to be Vietnam? Is it going to be Pakistan? I guess you just have to stay tuned until the end of the show to find out. But as for the teams that are going to play for the final round, it's going to be Group B and Group C in the dry lands of Miramar.
Yep, and looking at this final game, like it'll be a bit jarring to not have a day with any teams coming in from Vietnam to actually take the chicken dinner. So I'm banking on hopes that Team Flash will show us once again how they've been able to really get into all these really tough matches and still walk out with some crazy scorelines. So Team Flash.
Okay, I mean, it does make sense, being, we're gonna have our fight in Miramar, and the logo is fire. So things are getting toasted, I guess, coming from the side of Team Flash. Now, production, we are waiting for you to make a choice.
So far, they got it twice right, and yeah, I'm hoping to match the number out here. So, DRS, good shout,
okay.
Good shout.
Fair enough. Okay, man. Okay, my head is already aching. It's hard, but I feel like, honestly, I'm going with T2K Esports.
Okay, well, I think like fresh off of that previous round, they definitely are having everything pretty much planned according to what they really needed, and there's no more flat grounds to be played out, hopefully, in this Miramar match. So I think that's where T2K will thrive even better in these team fights. So I'm just looking into how today has been a huge step up for the side of South Asia as well. If it's not going to be Flash, my second pick would have actually been 52 Esports.
Okay, if we're talking about like second choice for the final round, I will have to go with Bigatron Red Aliens. But yeah, I mean, it's unusual, honestly speaking. Even if they're playing with a original roster, I don't want to say they're struggling. Perhaps they're not being favored by the zone, or I don't know, but we've seen these guys play, and Bigatron Red Aliens is a team to be yeah, they're a force to be reckoned with. So, and they haven't really shown us what they can do inside the war zone. So we're just waiting for them to actually kind of pop up,
Yeah, just trying to fix my hair for a little bit. Don't mind me. And anyways, yeah, Bigatron. I think I managed to, of course, navigate one form of thing that they've been having problems with is that they always wanted the center of circle. Sure, that's fair, but the way that they approach it, maybe they went in a little too early. Like, you saw other teams, like, they assess the situations first. It's like, okay, I want that location, that compound, but is there going to be any players out there? You got to wait it out, because if there's going to be teams that will try to take an approach first, now you got that info. Do you want to force the issue? You can decide later on. And once you do see there is a team that's already in there, and there is, of course, the other squad that's actually approaching into the area, just wait it out, and you'll be able to find like a couple of these players to be, fighting each other, and then you can basically pick on the weaker side. So that has continued to be the trend, but it's BTR themselves that got themselves signed up into those fights that will be pressuring him off from really getting much done.
I mean, we can't exactly say what's the best tactics to do inside a battlefield. I guess at this point, you just really need to be flexible right? Know when to actually step up in a game or like when to back out. I guess timing is really something to consider. Also, it's hard that if you just stick to the edge of the circle, because most of the teams, you guys all have the same ideas, so most of the fights really happen alongside the circle, alongside the edges of the circle. So I guess it's just about versatility, I guess. For most of the teams here. But then again, we are looking at teams that are the top of their region, so they already know what to do. It's just a matter of time, really, when they want to show us their truest form, give out their 100%.
Yeah, true enough. But, Bigatron, they've played so many international tournaments. They've had so many track record. It's just really about them basically treating this kind of like scrims, it really feels like, where it really didn't felt like there was a solid shot call that was clear-cut. Fights that they take look really questionable, which is why BTR find themselves in this position. Other than that, day one, they look so good. So what happened after day one? It really felt like, them testing out these new rosters. It just goes to show that, coach is just telling us to try something absolutely new. So it's a lot of extra experimentation. So it's also pressure on all of these players to really put their A game. Like, even if you're on the reserve, you want to prove yourself. You want to get on the main roster, you got to put those points. But on the previous day, they did not do so.
I always want to give it a benefit of the doubt that perhaps, they're trying out some new rotations to apply into the official formats of PUBG. Again, this could be a perfect avenue for them to gather knowledge, gather information. Of course, you need to plan out a great and effective strategy to try and dominate the PUBG mobile scene. And right now, there's really a need for them to update themselves with the current meta, or at least get creative in terms of like how to execute some of the plans that they have. So there's a lot of factors here that we need to consider. But all in all, we are here to have fun. We are here to witness some of the great clutches that we also see in the official format. So might as well just enjoy the show. Just get your snacks with you, your favorite drinks, your popcorns and whatnot, and just invite your friends, because this is already the final match this evening.
That's right, folks. It's time for us to once again course through Desert Dunes. This time, it's going to start off from Patrona all the way up north. So from south to north, this will mean that majority of these region is within reach. Just a far stretch for the side of El Pozo, I would say. Now, AST loves to drop into those trailer parks of Alcantara, but they have been hot dropping into Chumacera as well, if they are in play, of course. So other than that, that's honestly not much of a concern. Teams, they get to reach wherever they need to. DRS, based on the prediction of our producers, to get the chicken dinner, they first must win this battle in Hacienda, which we saw so many battles taking place.
Yes, exactly. You're right. And just look at that. Team NKT, of course, will try to dominate the south side area of the Miramar. Tribe Aeromake is pretty close with them. But I guess on the teams here, always opts to like vehicles first before they head on to their favorite spots, because you know how important it is to have vehicles inside Miramar. We also got FaZe Clan right there in the middle. For Los Leones, I think it would be Team Roy. We also got Aegon I8 and perhaps Bigatron Red Aliens.
Yeah, and this is a very familiar area of play. And finally, BTR gets to salvage a lot of area of play for them to just basically take control, where they love their plays in Impala. They probably will be climbing up there to place it out, where when we saw that circle pull up towards the north yesterday, they had some struggles in terms of rotation moving in late. So hopefully this will be adjusted heading into this match.
Oh man, BTR Zuxi getting annihilated by Tusk here, coming from Roy Esports. What a shot coming from Tusk. Oh man. Another good start for the Red Aliens once again, ladies and gents. So we'll see how long they can last in this specific round. As for Sitar, okay, he already has a buggy right here, and I think he's not done with the looting. Of course, they just got down from the plane, right? And the first thing that you need to consider, actually, this is the first thing that you need to do is to get accurate with your jumps distance. I mean, I always say this whenever I cast because you need to get to the guns first. And the moment that you let the other team get to the guns first, then it is the end of the line for you. And I guess that's what happened with BTR. And Tusk just capitalized on that information. I mean, if you have that opportunity, you will definitely go for it.
And of course, whatever you can loot off, even if it's going to be pistol, it comes in pretty handy into some of all these early skirmishes that you may at least suspect teams to be around. But for now, coast is clear. BTR, they take full control. Whereas I'm worried for Team Flash, they have 52X Esports, RRQ, as well as TRS to deal with first and foremost. And even if they journey into the circle, very likely they will bypass areas like the La Bendita, which could be very, very costly in terms of what could be greeting them later on.
So BTR managed to escape Los Leones, and they headed towards Impala. And Agan I8 and Team Roy, I guess, would be the two teams that will battle it out before they leave this specific area right here. And just look at the amount of teams that will be entering from the east side. I mean, there's Team Flash, ERS, we've got 52 Esports, REQ all together in just one spot here. And the circle is a bit tricky, to be honest, because 30% at least is covered in water. So again, these teams will work on less space. And it's going to be hard because after the sport is going to get crowded, and you just have to get to a good spot right here. And we don't have that many good spots.
Yeah, it's just so tough to actually make decisions if you're going to be so far away, especially for Voin Donkey and some of these players over onto the south side. So I guess they will definitely consider their options going out and around. With so many space still available over on south. So I guess this is where they could slowly take claims, but Tribe Aeromacy, they are still yet to make any form of moves coming into the areas of Chimacera as they finally go on wheels. We will see whether if they're going to bypass areas like Los Leones, which is heavily crowded at the moment.
And to be honest, that spot where Bigatron Red Aliens is actually staying at is hard to defend because it's a low ground, and most of the teams will be up top. I mean, there's a lot of mountain ranges over to the west and the north side, even in the south side. So I don't know what the plan is here for the side of Bigatron Red Aliens, but it looks like FaZe Clan are all giddy to challenge them up, perhaps, or probably will take another compound here. We don't know exactly where the second stage will be, but I'm pretty sure in just a few more minutes, the desert will turn red.
Yeah, it looks to be the case for now. Oh boy, the north side especially, like Todak and also teams like Morph are also cutting through that passage with RRQ also on the same course. Meanwhile, a little bit of a slow movement coming from the side of FaZe Clan as I say slow, but they actually taken a part of the township of Impala. Now, once again, I iterate this plenty of times in so many different tournaments. Like teams kind of hard commit into townships. It's always great when the circle does pull into it, but it's still relatively early. You don't want to count the eggs so early on because it could be on the outskirts. FaZe Clan being smart about it, where they could still have certain exit plans. As for BTR, it's a full commit.
Yeah, it's you have to pull off great maneuvers here to just make sure you survive this first wave, to be honest. But okay, Team Flash has just entered the safe zone. Voin Donkey is they're still outside. They are still around La Cobreria and they will have to pass through San Martin here. But it all depends where Team Flash is actually going to stay, because they could potentially, of course, shut down entry up against 52, even Sem9, even Void Donkey. But we can already hear some gunshots happen. So I see DRS Gaming, and perhaps they're having an exchange up against RQ here. But then again, great distance, ladies and gents. So they could probably give up some damage. But to translate that one into an elimination point, that could be pretty hard to pull off.
Yeah, indeed. Meanwhile, KillYT are already spotting some of all these movements across the fields and are hoping to eventually gain a little bit more of an advantage against those who are trying to cut by. Whereas that monster truck is already smoking up. I'm not too sure what exactly is going to be a clean rotation for the side of RQ, because wherever they turn, there's always going to be a T waiting along those corners. So very, very dangerous for this Indonesian team that has seen so many wins in ERANGEL, but Miramar hasn't really been the best map, to say the very least. Just being honest with whatever I've mentioned. But who knows? This could be them with the luck, but oh boy, we're covering parts of Impala, but majority of the field out in the open is going to be up for grabs. Those small little compounds that we are seeing are unoccupied. So teams, whoever makes claim, they will be super happy of their decision.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Team NKT is slowly moving in. You know, Eganaye. Oh man, okay. ROY Esports. Let's talk about ROY Esports first, because they're having an exchange up against FaZe Clan. Nino goes on the ground, courtesy of Tusk once again, ladies and gents. And Duque doing an amazing job as well, defending the compound up against Mela here. From the kill feed, we've got one player knocked down on the ground, and that would be Porsche. But hey, ROY Esports is in a very good momentum right now at this moment, and FaZe Clan is losing their members one by one.
Yeah, one after another, they do falter, with FaZe Clan piling up the pressure still with 2 members left. But I don't think this is going to be a good fight for them to take up against the side of ROY Esports. So long as Mela has the vehicle, he can still reposition, but he's not opting to do so just yet. Now, that's where, you know, those who have visited the city of Impala have definitely had some tough decisions to make to actually leave out of it. But BTR, they stay put. They don't really have to make haste, since this is still pretty much within the field of coverage. But Toda, they are over on the top end of the hill, slowly watering down teams coming from afar with the DMR shots. Not really landing it perfectly, though. Got to try it again. Meanwhile, Chama now cooks up the grenade. T2K right across the warehouse. These nades not really finding the mark just yet. But I believe that it will be a full-on brawl coming in from both sides.
Yeah, FaZe is taking some damage from BTR as well in another part of town. But DRS versus T2K. Toodle level already on the ground. Man! Okay, he's getting his heart broken right here. But Rules, okay, let the man cook for a while. I think he's getting ready to throw it up against DRS. Sleepy is about to go down. He is holding on for dear life here, but he has a chance, of course, to revive himself. But let's see if DRS is gonna let that happen. Rules. Oh, perfect nade coming from English or Spanish.
Oh wow, this is where it gets even more dicey. And T2K now with 1 member down. Sleepy will continue on with the pursuit, dropping another perfect nade over on the back. There's no answer to this. DRS, they're way too good. Everybody gets a piece of the pie.
No, what is happening? Honestly, come on. I cannot get a prediction right. Oh my goodness. Oh man, the circle continues to be very challenging for the teams here, and it's I believe it's a good shot. It's a good call for the side of Bigatron Red Aliens, because they're already there inside Impala, and they just have to work with 3 remaining players. I guess it can be hard, but there's a lot of teams here that are, you know, headed towards the same direction. Again, it can be overwhelming for just 3 players, but hey, you have the chance to actually accumulate a lot of elimination points.
Yeah, and they will continue to do so. Whereas Sam9 being flustered from the side, but it will be 52 Esports that will make a huge leap of faith, but not really finding the mark. Only one member left as shots are being fired from another direction, catching over onto Voltrucks. Oh my goodness, there's always gonna be somebody hiding around, and Sam9 somehow still survives, and they will be able to go in for that full revive, only losing depth in that process.
Yeah, but it's going to be hard, though, because they are vulnerable. Team Flash will not be letting Sam9 lick their wounds. I mean, this is the best opportunity for them to actually score some points, and now they are rattling Sam9 points, and there you go. I think that is it. That was the end of the line for Sam9 as well, but they did go out with 4 elimination points. Meow Meow from Tribe Aeromacy just got shut down by Joker. Same thing goes for IQQ, but that is courtesy of Gen Force of Red Aliens.
Yeah, then the NKT, they're just pretty much pressurized from all these corners of the map. Jane does actually hit over onto Mr. Joe. One flank coming out, but Triple, he does actually get a little bit of glimpse as he pops the smoke, trying to survive to his own stance, as he will be able to just hold out for now. NKT, they're not backing down from this one, as this is going to be an opponent that they're willing to take on, and honestly, there's no other choice. It's either them or even BTR. There's no way they can journey their way safely into the city, therefore taking it back is the only way to go. Here comes shots being fired from the side of AST. One member down, and Jane doesn't really have time to even heal up just yet, or should I say, perhaps he doesn't even have mats to begin with, and he does get the glimpse. Those shots not really connecting though, but good try with that effort, but not enough.
Yeah, he doesn't have that much resources to work with, and Joker now is already up, and Mr. Joe is still on the ground here, so Jane, I think he doesn't want to lose the opportunity, I guess, to just kind of rack up points here. And there you go. What an effective charge up against Jane, even though he's very low in HP. I mean, nerves of steel there.
Wow. Really, really hefty chunk of health bars as well as casualties over on the bottom side. And it seems like they are not settled in just yet. They still want to continue on to rally with more of these points to be gained, but AST, you know, the dust has settled for a little bit. They are willing to just take this truce, then recalculate the options of traveling into the zone, because these two teams are not within the circle. Toda, DRS, as well as BTR, I think these are the teams with a high chance of securing a win here.
Oh man, Triple F will not be making it out alive. Team NKT. Oh man, just got booted out of Miramar. 8 teams remaining, ladies and gents. What a fast Miramar we are having right now, Contra. I mean, we are just at stage 4, and well, we're looking at 8 teams now. Void, Donkey, Mineral getting hit. Oh man, by a lot, I guess. Crispy. Oh man, this is too good to be true. RQ again with 4 elimination points. They are pretty strong. They're still a complete squad here, and they might end up the game with a chicken dinner once more.
Very huge potential for them to be able to secure a win. But Void Donkey, I would say that as much as they are within the center, there is not exactly the best area for them to actually get anybody to actually latch onto or even fully defend themselves. This tight space, sure, it is a dish that they can actually cover themselves for the moment. But later on, I believe when Toda as well as DRS make any form of moves, they're going to be out of the field. Somehow, BTR, they got this whole city for themselves for the longest time. DRS,
yeah,
keeping watch towards the side of Void Donkey. And, yeah, any movements at all, it's just going to be sayonara for these boys.
I mean, check out Sleepy here. Okay, he has the top spot, right? I mean, he has enough ammo, but the helmet, man, the integrity of that helmet is not looking too good. So he could be shot by just like one bullet, and he could be sent on his way. Anyway, Tribe RMAC, 4 elimination points. We've got Jane on the screen, guys, and now they're trying to take Impala out of BTR. But okay, Tribe RMAC, Roy. There's also Roy up in there.
Wow, Roy somehow holding on for quite a while. Meanwhile, ASC will be flustered by some of all these pressure coming in from both BTR as well as Roy, as vehicles are slowly withering down. So there's no option to turn the other way around for the side of AST. They just really have to commit against the likes of BTR inside the city. Roy finding two, just so impressive with that hit. And they will just curse down PUBGM.
Incus needs help, obviously. Now, Jane. Oh man, this is gonna be tricky here. I mean, right, okay, there you go. Now, Tusk. Oh man, Tusk again with an effective shot from a long distance. Oh man, Roy Esports is showing up for today's set of matches, ladies and gents, and they're doing an effective gameplay so far. They're pretty close with Bigatron. They're headed towards Impala here. Team Flash is doing a late rotation. They're letting everyone deal with each other first. Late game entry, I guess, for the side of Team Flash. But will they head to DRS? Or will they head over to Impala to challenge up either Roy or BTR?
Yeah, both decisions still really hard for them to actually approach in terms of going in for a full-on fight. Meanwhile, DRS, they smash the spot. The Packo just by the corner of the wall. Super sharp eyes. DRS have been pretty much on the ball throughout the whole course of the run. And now it's only going to be No Mercy left. And Chama is already at it. So little health. He does not have mats at all. Oh boy. Is he sure about really picking on to these players out there? Because it does not really look to be the best case scenario.
Ooh.
It's going to be a little wide onto the toss. But
first shot.
Rest assured, RRQ will just buy time. But the rest of DRS is also closing in. So this lob, as much as it does not connect, it feels like RRQ is just going for a last stand because they could not even make it into the circle.
Yeah, Chama doesn't even know where No Mercy is. He thinks he is by the ridge, but No Mercy is actually behind this boulder right here. But then again, you said it. I mean, No Mercy doesn't have any first aid kits here, so we don't exactly know what the plan is. Perhaps before he goes out of the game, he would want to take one player at least coming from DRS here. But even that is hard to pull off, to be honest. Now, okay, Team Flash is already attacking DRS. So I guess they chose to attack DRS compared to just getting inside Impala right now. And there you go. No Mercy out of the game already. And now it's up to Team Flash to continue on the fight up against DRS.
As they carry on with this form of attack, it seems like Team Flash finally get a little bit of wiggle room there, but damage being done towards the side of the back, and he immediately turns the course around, but Ghost has got him covered with a beautiful grenade being primed right in. Now, down towards this small little area of a hideout for the side of Sleepy, as they will be able to go for exchange against Gosu. Big damage being done. Lobs the nade towards the side of Batman as well. When is Bose going to contribute in this fight? It didn't seem like he has the angles from the top side. DRS. They have their members pretty much being held into a really tough position because Killer YT, he has been knocked down. So definitely tough for them to actually get out of this one.
Yeah, but hey, DRS Gaming showing up for this final round. 10 elimination points. Oh man, they are wrecking balls. And just really, really rolling on to the remaining teams here. I do hope they can actually win the chicken, you know, just to represent South Asia. Oh man, Team Flash. Okay, Bows. Oh wait, he almost got toasted there, but at least for the side of DRS, they know exactly where to attack, and there you go, on point nade, finally, coming from DRS, which eliminates the last player coming from Team Flash.
And it has been such a long tussle between the two of them. Now DRS is only down to 2 members, but they are still playing onto the top end of the hills. Whereas Roy coming from the south side, is this going to be a challenge that they are looking up against the side of DRS? I don't think they've seen any of these members of DRS at all. So they are coming in into the lower end of the hill very interesting approach. BTR still having Satar to be inside of the city of Impala. He could possibly squeeze in. A much better run for BTR despite only having one member left. They make it into the top 5. And looking at the side of the Malaysian team, Toda, they are going to be looking towards securing the center with one member, Roy, driving towards the area of play. 9 now tries to flush them off. But this side of the factory grounds has got very tough angles to play with. Molotov's also being tossed right in. Toda loses one member. So it's going to be an even battle between them as well as Roy. The ones with the most amount of players left are clashing against another.
Honestly speaking, even if Todak is actually inside this warehouse, but it's a bit open. I mean, there's a lot of windows, which exposes them to the teams that are hanging around from this warehouse. Now, we can see that Iftar trying his best to take down Noah's at this point. Now, he needs to replenish his resources, obviously, but Noah's, okay, he's trying to, I guess, flush them out still, or perhaps he's popping off those smokes so that he won't be able to get spotted by those teams that are surrounding them.
Yeah, it's so interesting that it becomes a 2 versus 2 because Juke as well as Cleon on each respective team side is actually taking the far flank approach. So they are going to take a classic warehouse fight with a big nade dropping over on the side of Iftar. This really feels like a TDM right now, going for those exchanges. And a couple of shots coming in from the DBS. Obviously, they're not going to connect, but they do have a good idea. Now he's closing in. The shot does actually hurt him. And Sunoaz with a big wraparound will deter any members of Toda. And they got wiped off. Even the final member, Cleon, has been scouted by Satara, I do believe.
Wow, Noaz is putting up a show. I mean, he did get 3 players of Todak. That is phenomenal, to be honest. Now, DRS is at the top of the charts here. It's a 2v2, v1, v2. Okay, there you go. So, Void Donkey, I'm just trying to check out where they are exactly. Void Donkey is on the northern side. Unfortunately, Vexy is far away from Potato here. So, Potato, it will be hard for him to pick up his teammate here. So, I guess he might be the sacrificial lamb for Void Donkey. DRS, they are such in a very good spot, you know, overlooking the remaining players of Void Donkey here. But then again, they will have to descend. They will have to leave this top spot. But before they do that, they know that they have to take out Potato from the equation. Otherwise, Void Donkey will do a massive spray here the moment that they leave that spot.
I'd rather DRS to focus a little bit more onto Roy Esports as well, because the descent on the other end for Chama, he will have to be wary of the location of Juke, which is so much closer to DRS. Like, even with the side of Sleepy pretty much overlooking the side of Potato, Potato can't really take a Jiggle Peak or so. Same goes to Satar. I wonder what could Satar do? Now, 2v2 as well as a 1-on-1 onto the side of both Indonesian side of Void Donkey as well as BTR. Things definitely look to be very interesting, but my hopes are pretty high for the side of DRS, and DRS is getting sprayed through. This is what I was talking about. Roy Esports, they need to be stopped, and now Chama is already out.
Oh my goodness. Again, Roy Esports stepping up. Oh, this is wonderful because Roy, we've seen them, you know, being at the bottom of the page here. So, I mean, all the way from that specific status, and now they're climbing up the ranks is absolutely, you know, wonderful for the side of Roy Esports. But taking out one of the players from DRS, Nepal, of course, is in a little bit of a pickle here. But we can hear, or we can see a truce happening from 4 teams here. Because it's a very complicated situation, to be honest, because right there in the middle is such an open space. But if Void Donkey can survive this, oh, they have a better chance of eliminating Slippy in this exchange.
It just really feels like a solo showdown with an additional member for the side of Roy Esports at the moment. So it's all about who's really getting the most precise shots. You get one beautiful headshot, it's gonna be pretty much over, which is what Potato is looking for from that shack. But Sleepy barely has any angles. You can see that the zone is also closing in. Sleepy might need to take a leap of faith. Oh boy, there's no way to turn for the side of DRS, and I guess that this might just be the last stand. So he's making sure that he has those boosters up. Even Noaz wants a piece of that, but he's looking at the wrong side. He thought that he's higher up, but he's not going to be able to actually spot Sleepy from there. So if he's going to descend, could he escape the shots coming in from Potato? And even so, DRS is nowhere close to the zone, so he's just buying enough time. Smoke's now being deployed to Noaz, keeping a close eye onto this. BTR spotted out too. I think they know where Satar is at. He might have actually heard some movement, but this is going to be a run, a dance, the last dance for DRS. Sleepy, can he do it? And damage is done. He could have actually gotten to Noaz, and oh my goodness, he found it. Sleepy, what on earth was that? Now, DRS continues on with the grenades being popped right in. Roy just takes him out and put him to sleep. 16 elimination points from DRS. It does not matter if they have the chicken dinner.
Oh, yes, they are stepping up for the rest of the South Asian teams here. DRS with a double-digit elimination point and a very strong one. Now here comes Tatar, ladies and gents, coming from Vegas on Red Aliens, trying to discuss some things up against Duque here of Roy. This is going to be an interesting fight as this is a 2v1. Let's see if Agent 001, aka Satar, of course, can pull up a miracle here, can pull up a massive clutch up against Vietnam's Team Roy.
So Noaz, also one of the most renowned players coming in from Roy Esports, also a very good-looking gentleman. Of course, sometimes they say looks can kill, but at this form of stance, Satar, he have also gotten a whole lot of pressure on his side, but he's seen scenarios like this before. There's a very good reason why he joins one of the top teams in the world, Victron Red Aliens. But now with the circle also shrinking in, both teams need to play in the center, but they just want to take up this fight. Satar, he has option number 2, which is to deny the points, but there's no glory in that. They're going for a fight, leaning into the smoke, and this will be it. It is another win for the side of Roy Esports to climb out of the rut, and we'll close off the day with a chicken dinner for Vietnam that I did predict, but not the right team that I've gotten. But Roy, what a showing this was.
Wow, what a great match. What a great match. That's all I can say. Honestly, Team Roy stepping up tonight is something that I did not really expect, to be honest. I mean, I'm just going to put it out there. From zero to hero, that's all I can say. I mean, Team Roy getting that WWCD is outstanding. And just look at Noaz with that fiery red hair, bagging most of the elimination points here. They're so effective. I mean, they have, really the goal to finish up strong before we wrap up day number 4.
Yeah, and now I think that Roy should be getting themselves firmly into that top 16 ratio right now. This is still a high number margin coming in from Noaz, and this boys, they absolutely look like a K-pop band. Like the way that they've been able to also show the very stylish play against all the other teams on board. But DRS remains to be the big winner of this matchup. So without that chicken dinner, I don't think it was too problematic for DRS to really get themselves pretty much within a safe range. But I'm happy that it was a top 2 finish for BTR, because we have talked about it yet again that they have struggled for the past 2 days, and finally claiming a top 3 position would give them some lifeline.
And just check out how many nades Roy actually threw inside the game. It's a total of 14, so they utilized everything from inside their backpacks. You know, they utilized all resources that they have. I mean, even with the smokes, it's a total of 18. Oh, goodness me. But DRS, it's quite a huge number as well, coming from the nades. It's a total of 23. So Man, all I can say is that everyone put up a good fight, I guess. It was really nerve-wracking. It kept us at the edge of our seats, definitely. But here comes the head-to-head. Roy with a 2,052 damage output, an effective elimination point still a total of 12. So, yeah, I mean, this is quite a gap here up against Bigatron Red Aliens.
Yeah, as for Bigatron Red Aliens, we saw that they were mostly taking space in Impala, denying a lot of teams any form of entry, and that flushes all these other teams against DRS, right? Like, when you are in that open field, DRS is on top of that mountain, remaining to be untouchable, and Sleepy, I don't know how on earth did he leap down from that hillside and still managing to catch that one member out of Donkey. Potato was not really expecting that. So even against a trade with one of the members of Roy Esports, I think that he fared significantly well, which is why they managed to brought down some of these members of Roy Esports to size. But taking a look at this, wow, Sleepy, when you give him enough room of play, this is what he can actually turn up with. 1,790 damage. Impeccable. That meaning to say that whichever player that he hit, he immediately burns them down. Like, all this damage is including the wear and tear on the vest as well as helmet.
Yeah. I mean, you've seen how he got down from that top spot, right? I mean, Noaz did a massive spring up against him, but he danced so well that he remained elusive, you know, from those bullets being thrown his way. And he picked and he actually inflict damage up against Noaz, but fortunately for Noaz, he had some, like a cover, right? He was able to hide himself in time. But the way, I mean, I agree with you. Great display of reflex, the way that he eliminated Void Donkey from, having to descend from that top spot and just immediately taking a shot up against Void and eliminating them is something that I guess will be in my highlights.
That's right, and of course, let's take a look at the final match stats as we do have it on our screen right now. A lot of revives to go through and a whole lot of battles as well that has happened in the course of this Miramar. It's going to be Noob coming from ASIA to be the one that shot the furthest of the range to be able to secure his elimination. Meanwhile, it's been quite the struggle. We saw how all these eastern end of the circle will always be very problematic in terms of rotation for some of all these players out there, some of them even getting sometimes devoured by the play zone. So now, with all of that pretty much wrapped up, all that there is for us to take a look at the standings in a moment's time. But where do we even begin when we take a look at what really went on today? It was clearly an Indonesian domination for the first half of the match of this evening. But the later stages, we start to see, other teams really battle for blood. The other outlier, of course, was FaZe Clan also securing a win in their course in Miramar earlier today.
I really thought that DRS could pull off a miracle there. I mean, Sleepy was just so effective, I mean, even if they didn't get that winner chicken dinner, I mean, it was an absolute win on the side of DRS. And even in the side of Nepal, I mean, they really, put up their flag. They're waving to the rest of the Southeast Asian teams here that, hey, we're also, we can still beat you guys up. MVP, I mean, there's no change here. Rosemary's just making sure that you cannot come close to the numbers that he is putting up on the scoreboard. 35 elimination points and 6,959 damage output. I mean, this guy, can you believe him?
Honestly, like, these numbers are just crazy, right? Like, this could very well be the amount of points acquired by some of these teams over onto the bottom of the page, and maybe even more on how effective Rosemary has been able to be on that hit rate. Meanwhile, it's Onsens climbing in to challenge him at second place as he moved up 2 spots. And we have 2 new names into our top 5 of the MVP title. Crypto moving into number 4 from 52X Esports, and also Team Secret. Break coming into number 5 as well. Joker as well as Onsens is just basically upkeeping these numbers, moving up the ladder.
Yeah, at least we've got one player that waves the Pakistan flag and representing South Asia as well. That would be Crypto 52 Esports, 1.44 average elimination score. So that is still very much amazing. Rosemary, Trang, Schweppes of Vampire, Achula of Team Tandem, and of course Vows of Team Flash is still there on the chart as the overall fraggers.
Yeah. What's really surprising is that, Vampire Esports have been basically switching rosters in between as well. So Newsy is already somewhere in between, no longer in part of the top 5, but it's good to see that Trang is still somewhere up there to try to keep it even against Rosemary. Achille over on the number 4 spot has always been here to stay for the side of Team Tandem. But Bose, though, today has been lackluster from Bose. It felt like it has been stagnating in terms of all these numbers that he contributed throughout the course of the evening. And tomorrow onwards, Team Flash will definitely need him to be activated, or else we might even say goodbye to Team Flash by the end of the run. Now, a lot of all these teams have break into the top 8, but DRS now moves up to number 8. Beautiful work from the South Asian team as they will represent Nepal to be moving forward, but I want to take a close look into the position 9 to 16 because over on 1 to 7, there was no change at all.
Definitely. And out of all of these 8 teams that we can see on the screen, it's only RQ that was able to score 3 winner chicken dinners. And for second page, Vampire Esports as well as 52 Esports moved down 1 rank. But Vampire already has crossed that 100-point mark. And for this page, I guess Roy Esports is also a rising star so far. And Boindanki, okay, they are also the only team here on second page that was able to score 3 winner chicken dinners.
Yeah, and look at that cutoff point as well. I won't consider Roy Esports to be safe with that 79 points tied with Toad. So these teams that used to perform so well back in day 2 as well as day 3 and are finding it really difficult because Leo Esports are also having a 76 pointer, BTR with 71. So in order to be safe, you want to make sure that they get themselves a chicken dinner on the final day of the semifinals to be part of the ones that are above 80 points at the moment. Meanwhile, is it too late for the side of HORAA Esports, ASI8, GeekFam, A1, as well as HYPEREV, Macy? Okay, I would say, honestly, a little too late for the side of AST as well as Morph Team, as they have their deduction. If they didn't have the deduction, I would still say they are definitely in the playing field to be competitive enough. But I guess we will be focusing onto, number 22 as well. A1 Esports find themselves there, but what if they do find themselves consistent on the final day? The results may vary for what will happen for tomorrow.
Yes, because a lot of teams now are trying to catch up as well. They're trying to improve, improve their gameplay. Of course, they will exert a lot of effort just to maintain their position. And for those teams that are just really at the bottom, they could still improve, right? They could still climb up ranks, but it will take a huge thing to be able to
Hail Mary. Yeah,
get included in the top 16, right? But for those who are whose score is at least 70 plus, there is still a spark of hope, right? Sprinkled with the magic dust, I think it is still possible for them. But again, they will really need to work hard for that.
Yeah, for me, I felt really sad for one specific team. Of course, looking back into the previous season, HORAA Esports have done so phenomenally well where they were title contenders for the finals. Now, moving into this brand new season, I felt like what exactly changed? Because in terms of lineup, it wasn't exactly too much of a swap roster, but I felt like what really went on was always about all these early altercation in the cities. I believe if they did not submit to fighting so much, then even A1 Esports as well as HORAA, they could have actually done so much better, right? If you have a safe start, that could really set you up for success. So hopefully, I guess certain teams have nothing to lose right now. They can do whatever they want. But For those who are really chasing, though, gotta consider that truth. I'm just saying, because it is not going to be easy on that ego, but that could go a long way, right?
Yes, that's why we always talk about if teams will have some sort of alterations when it comes to like getting into the matches. But I mean, talking about A1 Esports and HORAA Esports, both of the teams are actually on the third page, right? But they always engage, especially in ERANGEL, right? They always engage in a drop clash. So it's really hard. I mean, I do agree with you. If something's not really working out, maybe there is, there is a need for you to change pace or like to change your tactics on how you approach a situation. But we don't know what's going to happen. But for now, HORAA Esports and A1 Esports is in a world of trouble. I mean, if they would want to, of course, advance to the grand finals, they will have something to do different, for the last day of the semifinals.
That's right, but we are coming to the end of our segment already. Thank you so much for joining us throughout the course of the evening. Of course, if you guys haven't subbed as well as hit that like button, do so right now, as tomorrow we'll notify you about our next live segment. Once again, same time, same place. So you don't want to miss out on the final day of the semifinals on the Monday run. So make sure you stay tuned. But of course, once again, it's Contra as well as Red Queen Andy. We thank you all for watching. So till then, we'll catch you tomorrow.